Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to BullTV.com for continued collegiate action from the 2021 season. My name is Aaron Smith with Bull TV, and we're going to be bringing you wire-to-wire coverage here of the Mid-States Championships taking place at North Rock Lanes in Wichita, Kansas. I'm going to be joined by Jason Thomas throughout the course of the week, who is on site at North Rock Lanes. I'm coming to you live from the International Bowling Campus inside the Bull TV studio in Arlington, Texas. So a unique experience for us. But we're looking forward to watching the action throughout the course of the week. Our first USBC collegiate event of 2021. And without any further ado, we're going to go to the lanes and take a peek at some of the action going on. So we're going to kick things off by heading to lanes 23 and 24. Here at North Rock Lanes, we're going to be kicking things off with the women's squad, essentially women's bowling earlier today. Starting right now, 5 traditional games. The men's block coming up a little bit later today. That time will be 5:30 p.m. Eastern, 4:30 local time in Wichita. So we're going to essentially have a full day of coverage outside the little break in between squads. So we're going to have guests join throughout the course of the day. It's going to be a great time. Going to have some good conversations, watch some collegiate bowling from a great center in Wichita, and just have a good old time. It's what we're all about on Bull TV. And for the folks who are watching right now on our Facebook channel, The Sport of Bowling USBC, A, good morning. Thanks for joining us. And B, as we mentioned in the description, we'll have this free preview available for the first game. But once it's time, once we transition it into game number 2, we will go ahead and take the stream off of Facebook, and the only place you'll be able to find and watch will be bulltv.com. So for this event, you will need a subscription throughout the course of the weekend. You can pick up one up as cheap as $5.95 to watch all weekend long. We also have a monthly for $9.95 and an annual subscription for $79.95. So a few different options depending on how much you want to take in Bull TV throughout the course of the year. If you want to watch all the collegiate action all the way up to the intercollegiate team and singles championships, the PWBA Tour, qualifying and match play at the USBC Masters and US Open, Junior Gold, additional youth tournaments on the senior side, Senior Masters, Super Senior Classic, Bowlers Journal Team Championship Series. It's all going to be here on BullTV.com. So if you're looking long-term, definitely a great thing to check out. But folks, for right now, we'll get you a little lay of the land of everything going on here. As you can see, teams will be traveling with the other team that they're paired up with throughout the course of the competition. So as we have here on 23 and 24, Midland will be bowling with Peru State throughout the course of everything going on today. We do have a buffer pair in between each channel or each pair of lanes, social distancing, still trying to be safe out there, of course. But the other channels we have available right now on bulltv.com, you can also watch lanes 15 and 16, 19 and 20, 27 and 28, and 31 and 32. We have lane schedules up on those pages as well, so you can see when your favorite teams are going to be heading over to bulltv.com to check it out. As we kind of kick things off here, let's bring in the man, the myth, the legend himself, who's on site in North Rock to give us a little more information. Jason Thomas. We're going to see JT joining us here from North Rock. Good morning, JT.
Hello, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm ready for another exciting day of collegiate bowling. You're at one of my favorite places of all time in the United States, Wichita, Kansas, and North Rock Lanes. We've spent a lot of time there over the past couple of years, so it's great to be back.
It is. It's awesome, and great pizza. If you like pizza, this is the place to be.
Yeah, can't. No doubt, AJ's top notch. The restaurant facility inside North Rock Lanes. They also have a little snack bar there as well. But yeah, AJ's is. I don't mind.
Great stuff. Yeah, I'm looking forward to pizza a little bit later today, and Super Bowl pizza tomorrow. So yeah.
There we go. JT, as our competitors kind of settle into the first game here, I know it's a little unique here, but follow some of the collegiate bowling procedures that we've had in place. We have some pattern information, but the actual lane graph is not going to be submitted to the players until after the tournament is complete.
That is correct. They do know the length and the volume. It's a fairly long pattern, 43 feet, and the volume is 31 mils. So they should be pretty slick to start. So I would imagine a lot of balls with a lot of surface to start, and then as they break down, migrate a little left, and maybe some weaker balls or a little less surface. But 31 mils that's a lot of volume.
Yeah, that's when you sent me that note compared to some of the things, looking at what we had on PWBA a couple of weeks ago, we had a 43-foot pattern, but it was 22 mils, which obviously created a much different look than the 31. So that will definitely be a thing to be looking out for throughout the course of competition. JT, we'll let you settle back in unless you got any other notes from us.
Just one more thing is you mentioned a little bit about the spreading out, but we are following some protocols here this week. Not as strict as the kickoff classic with testing and those kinds of things, but there are temperature checks and health disclosures that all the participants will have to do each day. As you can see, I'm wearing a mask. All of the competitors are required to wear masks the whole time. And as you mentioned, they are spread out quite a bit. So we are covering 5 different pairs today, which is, the majority of the field. There are 20 teams here in the women's division. So we'll have about half the teams each game. But everybody will come through over the course of our coverage, so everybody will get a chance to watch their favorites. But there are five pairs of coverage, and if anybody has any requests, balls that they're using, things like that, let me know in the chat, and I'll try to track it down for you.
And I think one of the cool things about it, and as we mentioned, the teams stick together, so you're not necessarily crossing with new teams every time. So that's one safety protocol. But essentially, they're just moving one to the right throughout the course until they get to the end and then go back. So, for some of these teams who, start on 15 and 16, you'll get to see them throughout the course of the entire competition today. So for those fans, I'm sure pretty excited. Some other teams will have on a couple of games over the course of the multiple channels. But that's kind of the situation we're working with here this week. So, that's what we're doing. No fans there, correct as well, right, JT?
That's right. No spectators. They're only the coaches and the teams in the building, and then the staff that's working the event. So very few people. I think a few people were saying they were. It's not going to be as wild and raucous as it usually is. But I'll tell you, last week at the Prairie View, we had lots of noise. Lots of teams were jumping up and down and excited. So there's plenty of excitement. And I did speak to a number of the coaches, and they're just really happy that we're back to competition and back to bowling again.
Absolutely. Once again, our first USBC collegiate event on bowltv.com this year. We had an NCAA event last week with the Prairie View. But JT, we'll let you get back to the action there at North Rock, and we'll settle into game one as we prepare for our first group of guests in just a little bit.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thanks, JT. All right, folks, we'll have updates from Jason Thomas throughout the course of the competition here on Saturday, today, and Sunday. And as we mentioned, a few guests joining us as well to, talk about college bowling, things going on in the bowling industry, bowling balls, Super Bowl picks, whatever it may be. We'll have some folks coming in here to this main commentary channel throughout the course of the day. But once again, if you're on bowltv.com, you can go through the different channels. So, if you're following a particular team, particular student athlete, you can do that throughout the course of the day. Of course, for the folks on Facebook, this is going to be the lone channel. So you're going to have to put up with us for just a little bit. But it's going to be fun. It's going to be cool. We're going to enjoy it. And we hope you head over to bowltv.com and check it out as well throughout the course of the week. We're going to settle into game number 1 here. Once again, Midland and Peru State, the teams on our featured pair, kind of going around the house. We can see who else is featured at the moment. Over on lanes 15 and 16, that's MSC1 on BullTV.com. You have Lincoln and Kansas Wesleyan on MSC2, 19 to 20. You have West Texas and Kansas. You're currently watching MS3 along with the commentary. That's on 23 and 24 with Midland and Peru State. Over on MSC4, lanes 27, 28, Iowa Western and St. Ambrose. And our final channel on lanes 31 and 32, MSC5, Ottawa, and then Midland's JV team as well. So some junior varsity programs competing as well this week. So that's the lineup here for game number one. For those of you who are watching on BullTV.com, if you want to circle through those, the navigation is available on the desktop. If you're watching on a desktop laptop, below the video, you'll see all those. You'll see the little red live button. You can select from those. If you are watching on a mobile device, go in the top right-hand corner. You'll see a 4-box window pane that will allow you to circle through the different channels and check out all the action. So, folks, we're going to settle in here. Game one of 5 here, women's block at the Mid-States Championships, taking place at Wichita, Kansas's famous North Rock Lanes. So, everyone sit back, enjoy. Here we go. Collegiate bowling weekend time. Let's get it. All right, everybody, as we settle in here, once again, the oil pattern for this particular tournament, the Mid-States Championships, not going to be revealed to the teams and competitors until after the conclusion of the event. But the length of the pattern, 43 feet, the mills, 31. So some length and some volume to keep us going here in the early going. We did have a great question in the chat about all the teams in the field this week, so we're going to go ahead and run those down for you real quick. And we will include JV teams as well. So it looks like on the women's side, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 varsity and 5 junior varsity teams. The varsity squads competing today: Wichita State, one of our 2 hosts this week, Oklahoma Christian, Newman University, Barton County Community College, Baker, Iowa Central, Lincoln, Kansas Wesleyan, West Texas, Kansas, Midland, Peru State, that's who we're watching right now, Iowa Western, St. Ambrose, and Ottawa. Newman also another host here this week, so a joint effort from the two of the schools here in Wichita, Kansas. Big shout out to Billy Murphy and Holly Harris for the hard work they put into this event each and every year. On the JV side, Midland actually has 2 JV teams competing. St. Ambrose, Newman, and Ottawa each have 1 in the field as well. So those are the 20 teams on the women's side competing throughout the course of the day. Once again, we will see a mix of varsity and junior varsity squads across all the pairs in play. Another good question in the chat. Will total pinfalls, traditional and Baker, determine the winner? And yes, that's going to be the format this week. So it's going to be a little bit different for the folks who watched the Prairie View A&M Invitational. We had the bracket at the end. This is a total pinfall event. So essentially right now, from game 1 of qualifying to game 16 of Baker tomorrow, all those pins are going to add up. And at the end of the day, we are going to essentially bring home a champion in both the men's and the women's division. So a great question there as well in the chat. Keep them coming along the way. We will do our best to get to those throughout the course of the day. As standings become available, we will do our best to get those posted and get those available to you. We're working closely with the tournament staff on getting those. JT will be running around to bring those in as well. So throughout the course of that, of course, we'll have the individual portion taking place again today over the course of these 5 games. So we'll have an all-tournament team as well as a tournament champion when it's all said and done. Now, folks, when we kind of led into the show, we talked about the ability to bring in guests throughout the course of the broadcast. So I'm pretty excited to kick things off for you with 2 great individuals joining us from, I believe, Fairview Heights, Illinois, college bowling royalty. Going to be pretty good on the professional level as well moving forward. And they're engaged too, so that's cool. So let's bring them in. You may know them as Weber International and McKendree standouts. Matt Russo and Lauren Pate joining the show. So good morning. Hello.
Good morning, Aaron. How are you?
That's good. I'm not going to lie. I'm having a hard time hearing you guys right now.
Good morning. Can you hear us?
Oh, that's a little bit better.
Okay, there we go. We just
All
have to
right.
move the microphone a little bit.
I realize it's early. You got to get that coffee in, but you could be a little louder there, Matt. Well, first off, welcome to the show. It's great to talk and see both of you. So just tell us how 2021's been for you so far now that we're into February.
Well, this is a little different for you that you're not actually at the event. You're at the studio and you're watching it across StreamYard. So this is pretty cool.
It's certainly unique, a little different. It involves a lot of teamwork with JT, so that's a lot of back and forth, a lot of collaboration along the way to make sure we're getting all the information brought together here. But it's fun, it's different. I get to I don't get the long drives or flights anymore, but I get to have a good time and party in the Bull TV studio.
Do they have like your name imprinted in the studio, or is that like a couch, a bed? Do you sleep there? Or
That should be the next edition. I'm not going to lie. For some of these long days and long tournaments, just kind of rolling over, ready for day 2 would be great. But luckily, I only live about 10 minutes away from the campus, so that's pretty quick turnaround. So yeah, I don't mind it too much. It's all right.
Yeah, 2021 has been well for us. Getting back into the tour for the guys and just Lauren's finishing up school. So yeah, it's been a good start to the year. And unfortunately, trials was canceled, so a little bummed about that. But it's been well so far.
Excellent, Lauren. How about for you?
It's been going well. I just recently started a new job that is going to allow me to bowl the professional tour when more stops come around. I was sad to see trials canceled, but again, safety comes first when it comes to your own self. And, but I was able to kind of, I just bowl tournaments around the St. Louis area and picked up this new job. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to bowl in Dallas a couple weeks ago due to school. But with the way everything is working out, I'm hoping to be back out there throughout the whole summer.
Excellent. Well, we will be looking forward to that coming up in just a couple months. And, we're at North Rock Lanes here. I know a place both of you have spent some time at over the course of your collegiate careers. Lauren, we'll start with you. I know more recently you found some success here at the Women's Championships in 2019, winning the doubles title with Jordan Newham. But let's go back to 2016 for the McHenry Bearcats. I realize that was a year before you guys won the title for both NCAA and ITC. But I think the performance at North Rock Lanes for the Bearcats really was a standout performance in seeing kind of what this team was going to be in the next few years. And obviously you were able to deliver the following year. So tell us a little bit about the memories of that ITC appearance in Wichita.
Heartbreaking. I think that is like one of the first times I ever felt heartbreak in bowling. And to this day, I still can't go back and watch the footage from it because I get emotional, but it has made us grow stronger. We came together as a team the following year and it just motivated us to be better. And, we came away with 2 national championships the next year and then 2 runner-up finishes the following year. I do think that it did set a little fire under our behinds, but yeah, it was definitely heartbreaking. But it was also nice to come back to the center and get a little redemption with Jordan Newham and winning the doubles. I think that was pretty cool. Not saying that like I don't like the place, but there's some mixed emotions about the place. But, North Rock is historical, and I think the staff there is amazing. And, I bowled well the last time I was there. And even when I was with the McHenry Bearcats, but my first heartbreak was there, but also like my first kind of big girl win was there as well.
There we go. It's kind of full spectrum. It's kind of seen the course of it all. So there we go. As far as Matt, I know you've competed around quite around the country quite a bit. How about some great North Rock Lane stories from you?
I mean, I don't know. We only bowled there one time actually. That was 2016 at ITC's. I, you know, we were in the winners bracket. We got beat twice to the guys team of McKendree, and they went on to win. But it was just it's my first taste of nationals, and I was bowling with Andrew Anderson and Justin Dunn and Ramon and Kendall. We had a really good team. We just couldn't put it all together, unfortunately. We were young and still all trying to figure it out. So that was I mean, that's the only time I ever bowled at North Rod. But I will say the doubles when her and Jordan won. I mean, there was like 3 people within 5 minutes who jumped over the lead, and I just remember JT running around trying to figure it out, and I'm back there trying to figure it out for myself. I mean, I think you were standing next to me or something, and we were trying to figure it all out, and it was just pretty cool, to be there to witness it all. And North Rogers is a cool place. So hopefully they bring some events back here moving forward. But it's a fun place to be, and it's a beautiful center. So.
Yeah, that was a pretty crazy day at the women's championships. I think it was Liz Culkin and her doubles partner had taken the lead over just a couple minutes before Lauren and Jordan got the job done, and then it ended up holding on to the lead throughout the course of the rest of the event. So what was that kind of like for you, Lauren? Obviously, the women's championships works a little bit differently than what we usually see here on Bowl TV with PWBA or collegiate, where at the end of the time you're there, you know who won or who lost. But you had to wait it out for the rest of the tournament. Was that a little nerve-wracking for you and Jordan, waiting to see if you had put up a big enough number?
Oh yeah. I didn't even know that someone maybe like 6 pairs away from me took over the lead. Like, I didn't know Liz had taken over the lead, and then 2 minutes later we took over the lead. But yes, it was so nerve-wracking. I would check every single day, basically every hour, to see if anything changed. And then Leanne Holtenberg and her partner were making a run for it, I want to say maybe a week after or something. And I was like, oh no, I'm not like, go them. But oh no, hopefully they don't take it over. But yeah, I checked it every single day. I would text Jordan, okay, well, we're still in the lead a week later. How many more weeks do we have? But yeah, I was so nervous. But finally, when the results came out, it was pretty cool.
It was pretty awesome. And, we'll talk a little bit more about the collegiate bowling aspect of it. But first, I want to give a shout out. I saw a post on Facebook, I believe, yesterday that your brother Josh got his first 800 yesterday.
He did. He shot 826. And yes, people, I have a twin brother. He does exist. And then 2 weeks ago, I think it was 2 weeks ago, my oldest brother, Troy, he shot his first 300. So it's pretty cool to see them do that stuff.
That was awesome. So big shout out to Josh for that first 800. I'm sure first of many to come for him. So that was cool. So as we kind of look at the collegiate bowling aspect of it, both of you are national champions. Matt over at Weber and Lauren over at McKendree. Talk about just college bowling in general, kind of how both of you ended up on your path at your schools. What was the connection that kind of brought you to each place? Matt, we'll start with you on that. How did you come in all the way from Jersey, a Jersey boy, and end up going to the Sunshine State?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people probably don't know, but I was actually supposed to end up at McKendree. That was where I was looking to go. I had visited there. I was ready to go, and just didn't work out, unfortunately. It came down to a couple things, but it just didn't work out. And I ended up contacting Dell over at Weber, and I said, hey, I'm looking to come for a visit, and went down there, and ultimately, that sealed the deal, training center and everything. But I really got involved with Weber. They used to come up to New Jersey for sectionals, and I knew a couple people who went there, and they were like, yeah, check this school out, and they have this training center, and didn't really know much about it until I decided to go visit. And Florida, I mean, can't really beat the weather, and it was a small area, but just a lot of bowling. And Lauren and I always say to each other, if I ended up at McKendree, we would have never dated. So it's probably a good thing that I didn't go to McKendree because then we met and, now we're here. So, but yeah, college bowling, I mean, it's probably one of the greatest things I've ever done as far as experience-wise. I just learned so much, whether it's about bowling balls or lane play or patterns and all the different centers and aspects of the game. I mean, we bowled on some of the hardest things, and it just teaches you how to be mentally tough and, how to carry that forward into either the professional tour or your own, personal game. And, we got to meet the Bowl TV crew, and now we're sitting here doing interviews. So it just opened up, to so many things. I say if it wasn't for college bowling, I probably wouldn't be half the player that I am today, and still looking to get better. It's just been a crazy experience, and I, still think of the memories and, the TV shows and just the fun times. And sometimes I miss traveling, with the team, and it's like, oh, it'd be fun to go bowl nationals again, or, but I definitely don't miss all of the work that went into it all. But it's just a long process, and I'm grateful that I had to experience so much. And of course, I got to meet Lauren out of it. So can't really beat any more than that, and walked away with the national championship.
Very cool. Lauren, for you, originally from Minnesota, making your way toward the St. Louis area, kind of what was your connection to McKendree and, just kind of your path to becoming a Bearcat?
Yeah, so I was actually set on going to Midland University, and I went and visited Midland. Things just didn't fall right for me personally, and so then I carried on in junior gold, and junior gold 2014, I think. Yeah. And I was bowling, I want to say a survivor tournament or a tournament before the actual junior gold event, and Shannon and Brian were brand new to McKendree, so they were recruiting, and I was bowling, and they noticed me, but they didn't know how to contact me. So with NCAA, you can't really talk to them while they're competing. So you either had to talk to them before or after. Well, I believe there was a tour stop somewhere in, I want to say Rockford. So Shannon had to leave, and she didn't get the chance to talk to me. So luckily she found someone who was able to communicate with me, and I sent her a message, and about a week later we were on the phone scheduling a visit, and the first step that I took on campus, I was like, yeah, I'm supposed to be here. So I ended up at McKendree. Probably the best 4 years of my entire life that I wish I could go back sometimes. I will say I do not miss the 12-hour days standing. But I do miss, the team atmosphere and just, having girls behind you all the time. It was definitely a shift change when I went from college bowling to the professional tour, because you turn around and you don't have those 7 other girls standing behind you. But I was able to adapt, and I do miss college bowling, but not the long days for sure.
That is true. These are some long days coming up here because, just looking at the schedule for today, I think I'm here till about 10 or 10:30 tonight Central Time. So, and it's about that time AM right now. So, going to be a long day, but that's okay. That's what it's all about. I appreciate the stories there, Matt. I appreciate the. You gained some points there working the Bowl TV crew in, as always. So
I always have to go back to my roots, Aaron. I mean, this is where it all started. Essentially how we, built a friendship, and I always enjoy getting to hang out with you guys, and helping out in any way that I can. So we appreciate you allowing us to join your show for the weekend. So.
No, it's going to be fun, and I believe we'll have one or both of you joining us again tomorrow for a little bit as well. So, looking forward to that. We'll be into the Baker format tomorrow, so always a little more exciting, a little more fast paced, which is always great, especially when the strikes start to roll up. We'll have a little bit cleaner idea of kind of the tournament. Well, everyone will have 5 games in. We'll have a little bit better idea of kind of who's in the run as well to win the mid states. So that's going to be super cool and super fun. So I'm looking forward to that as well. But I know as we kind of look ahead here, it's and we'll one of the things I don't think I led off with when I made the introduction today was the fact that you're both junior team or used to be junior Team USA members, but current Team USA members. You're both still kids to me. So. But team members made the team in 20 and continued on to 2021. But one of the coolest stories, one of the coolest events was and ended up on the cover of Bowlers Journal International magazine. Was your guys' story from the 2020 event, essentially Matt proposing, Lauren for some reason saying yes. But it was so awesome. Matt went on to win team trials. Lauren qualified, I believe, in the top 3 for on the women's side to earn a spot on the team. It was all such a cool moment, such a cool full whirlwind too. You know, we're going crazy with this event, and here's Matt Russo having the time of his life proposing to people. So it was so awesome. I loved every minute of it. But you know, take me back to that week for both of you. Obviously, the bowling part was initially the main reason you guys were going there. Matt had some extra things in plan, but kind of talk us through that week, that experience, kind of coming together full circle.
You know, funny story, actually. We went to the O'Keefe's for New Year's Eve, and I had the ring in my backpack. So I bring my backpack into the O'Keefe's house, and Lauren's like, "What do you bring your backpack in for? You don't need it till the morning." And I was like, I just need it. I've got stuff in there or whatever. I don't know. I made something up. So as we were leaving to go to the airport, I left my backpack at the O'Keefe's house inside, and we were in the car. And I was like, "Oh no, I forgot my backpack!" So I ran inside and grabbed it. And we get to TSA, and I'm telling everybody, "Hey, I got a ring in here. Like, please don't take it out or whatever." And then it like changed hands when we got to Vegas, and my brother had it in his suit pocket that we hung up in the closet. Well, Lauren was in the closet, and she was like feeling the suit. She was like, "Oh, this is very nice." And I'm like, "Oh no, like this is it. It's all over. Like she's going to know." No, but you know, everything went right that day, essentially. You know, the Vikings were playing against the Saints, and we were both bowling, and you know, the Vikings won, so that was the start. And then I bowled well, and ultimately, my fingers were crossed that she was going to bowl well, because regardless of how I bowled, I knew I was going to propose. But sometimes I feel like if she didn't bowl well, we would have never made it to dinner. So yeah, after we got done bowling, she decided to sit down and play some games in the casino, and she kept winning. And I was trying to go to the restaurant, and we just let her keep winning. And
We were essentially late, but it happens when you're a paid. So
And yeah, I mean, we stood there for what, like 20 minutes waiting on the O'Keefe's. Yeah, we had told Lauren that it was under the O'Keefe's name, so we had to wait for them to arrive before we could have dinner. And yeah, the rest is history. Yeah, shockingly, she said yes, and we are now happily engaged in preparing our wedding. And I mean, it was the greatest week ever. I don't think there's at the moment, nothing that'll top that until we go to Jamaica. But yeah, I mean, it was one of the coolest experiences, and to win and to have us both make it on the team, I couldn't have asked for a better week. So.
Yeah, it was certainly awesome to see unfold and everything, and obviously the best of luck to you kids moving forward now and forever. So that's just so very cool. That's one of the top things we've kind of been able to see. You know, the seeing the bowling's always cool, but it's the stories that really make a lot of this so awesome, and being a part of this and the long hours and all that stuff. So that was definitely one of the highlights. You know, we here at Bowl TV have had just kind of seen it all transpire. So that was awesome. So thanks for sharing that story as well. Always love the opportunity to hear that once
Weren't
again.
you not gonna like bowl your ring on the next day, right? Wasn't there?
Okay, so Brian O'Keefe has like these, like, what are they called, superstitions or
He's very
something?
superstitious. Yes.
Yes. And he was at dinner and he's like, so Lauren, like, you're bowling well, you're like 3 days in, you're like second, so there's no reason for you to even wear the ring. And I was like, wait, why? He's like, because you didn't wear it the first 3 days, so why would you wear it the last 2 days? You could mess everything up. And I'm like, oh, whatever, it's fine. It's fine. But I ended up bowling well the last 2 days, so.
There we go. Yeah, we had Brian on during the PWBA event, and yeah, that was a whole new level of understanding the superstitions of Mr. O'Keefe there. So that was, yeah, I can see him taking that angle. So that makes total sense now.
Yep.
Now, for the folks who are noticing it, I know, Matt, you had a big change this particular year with bowling ball companies. So I know Lauren, part of the Storm family. Matt, you just joined Deviate, so I'm sure that makes for awkward dinner conversations from time to time. But Matt, we'll start with you. You know, I know that was a big change for you heading into this season. So talk a little bit about that. And I know you've gotten to bowl the Players Championship since the change. So tell us a little bit about that as well.
Yeah, I decided that DV8 was the right fit for me. Went back and forth, obviously, between either staying with Global or going somewhere different, and I just felt like DV8 was the right choice moving forward. So I'm very happy to be part of the DV8 brand, and obviously under the family of Brunswick. But yeah, the Players was a great test, essentially. I mean, everybody will say I threw the purple ball most of the time anyway, which I did. You know, that just ball is just hard to put down when it's there. So it's obviously great to have that back in the bag, but it's not something you can rely on nowadays. As you know, they're changing stuff and rules and technology of bowling equipment and the patterns. But yeah, I'm super excited. The bowling balls are great. You know, it was a lot at first, you know, getting all these balls and drilling them, you know, a couple weeks before the Players. The good thing was I was preparing for trials, so I was at least a week or two ahead as far as equipment and arsenal and putting a group of stuff together. But honestly, I mean, I talked to Eric Krause, who's been great. Buzzy Kelly has been fantastic. Parker Bone has probably been the best out of all of it with the help of some of the balls and just what works and what he likes. And Andrew Anderson and I have probably been on the phone, I mean, every day, or Lauren can see that, you know, every other day, just talking about balls and, you know, preparing for the rest of the tour and what we like and, you know, just what we think of them. And the good thing is he's on the Radical side, so he gets to see some of that stuff first, and I'm on the DV8 side, so I can see that stuff first, and we kind of talk about it. Was really cool to go up to Michigan and shoot some videos for the company. The 2 new balls we got coming out on the 18th are pretty damn good. Obviously, we've got a damn good Verge coming out, so that name will stick. But yeah, the equipment is a lot different than what it was when I was with EVI, essentially. I know it's with the brands of Brunswick, so it's a little bit different. But the bowling balls I feel like they just match up to my game a tad bit more than I thought, which will help. I don't feel like I have to find balls that fit. So just about learning what works for my game and what I see that I like and just what balls are going to work on the tour. Obviously, the tour is a lot different than anything else I've ever bowled. So figuring out which bowling balls will obviously hit the pocket and get them all down is going to be the ultimate test. But yeah, I've got some really good ones that I like and then some that I'm still figuring out. But it's been a fun process and I really enjoy getting to learn all the equipment. And you know, we're very fortunate to have a friend of ours named Gary, who is a bowling center mechanic over at Scott Air Force Base. Throughout COVID, he opened his arms to us and allowed us to go to their center and practice. And I mean, we kind of feel like we're some of his kids, to be honest. So without him, I mean, I don't know what I would have done or we would have done as far as practicing and getting to learn equipment. And it's just been something that, we're very grateful for. So without that, I don't know what I would have done with learning the equipment. But I mean, we're there all the time. I'm there in the morning before work and drilling balls and bowling on patterns and just enjoying it. So it's been a lot of fun.
Excellent. And Lauren, I know with you being part of the Storm family, that's opened up to Roto and 900 Global as well. So, as you kind of look ahead to the tour in the next couple of months, what are some of the new balls that, you've been throwing a lot of lately, just trying to get ready for the season? What's some of the new stuff to look out for?
So we have February 19th, we have the Insight and one of the new high roads. I'm very excited. I have not drilled them yet. But I did just order some global balls, so I'm super excited about them. I ordered the Zen, the new Reality, and I ordered the Volatility Torque. Jillian Martin made it look phenomenal in Arlington, so I was like, yeah, I have to get one of those. But yeah, those are kind of the newer balls that we have out right now. Some stuff that I've been throwing, I don't really, so I have a tournament arsenal and then I have a practice arsenal. So usually the practice arsenal are older bowling balls that I've thrown previously a lot. But then there are days where I do bring my full arsenal just to compare, bowling balls and stuff like that. The Proton Physics is my go-to right now. I love the bowling ball. It smells amazing. But yeah, I haven't been practicing much just with school, but next week I'll have more free time since work is allowing me to make my own schedule at work. So I'm able to kind of be more lenient and more open to bowling, getting back and practicing, and just getting back into routine for sure.
Excellent. What is the smell of the Proton Physics now that I have to know? Cupcakes?
Yes.
Oh my.
It smells so good.
It's not like a specific kind of cupcake, just kind of cupcake in general?
I want to say it's a birthday cupcake, but it's definitely cupcake. Something with cupcake. Yeah.
All right. I'll have to, now I'm intrigued. I have to find a friend with a Proton Physics now.
I do have to ask, Aaron, I saw you were bowling the other day. I saw somebody caught you on video.
Yes, this is a true story. I was not prepared for this, but yes, I found a recent run of good fortune and somehow struck 11 times in a row at league last week before the cameras came on, and then the tables turned on me after I had clouded everybody in the history of bowling at the PWBA Kickoff Classic Series. Of course, our good friend Gary Brown, one of my teammates, decided to capture that last moment, and the carry fortune I had finally ended. Was not able to get the 7-pin outs for $2.99, but it was fun. It was it had been a while for me, so it had actually been. I was trying to figure out afterwards. The last time I had shot 300 was in 2012, so had been a while. So it was nice to get those nerves going again. I wish I would have got it done, but $2.99, that was super fun. It was unexpected. I don't bowl much nowadays with the work schedule and weekend schedule and kind of all that. So still like to get out. Wednesday night league. It's a good time. But yeah, that was unexpected but fun. But thanks for bringing that up. And my good buddy Matt Canzaro reminded me that I was just a quitter and all that. So
yeah, well, Matt doesn't bowl anymore. Well, we can say Matt's the quitter because he doesn't bowl anymore. So we'll let him have that title. But congratulations on your 11 in a row.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That was a good time. So, and folks watching here on Bowl TV, game number 1 of the Mid-States Championships just about wrapping up. So for the folks on Facebook right now, that means we're just a couple of shots away from transitioning everything over to bowltv.com. So this is a reminder once again. We'll continue the chat with Matt and Lauren over on bowltv.com into game number 2, but you will have to subscribe, so check it out. A few different options. $5.95 for the event pass to watch all weekend. basically all day Saturday and Sunday leading up to the Super Bowl on Sunday. And of course, a monthly and annual option as well, $9.95 and $79.95 for those. If you pick those up, you can watch Lauren compete for the rest of the year on the PWBA Tour. And you can watch Matt at events like the USBC Masters and qualifying and match play and the U.S. Open as well. So those are some of the perks to check things out. Of course, we're going to have a ton of collegiate bowling action as well, including looking ahead to the ITCs and ISCs in May. So still got a few frames to go before that, and you guys are good to stick around for a little bit into game 2, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. I was gonna ask, what pattern are they bowling on? I mean, it looks like it's like 48 feet.
It's not too far away from that. This is actually once again going back to collegiate bowling on the USBC side, something you guys will be familiar with. These players, athletes, coaches have not got to see the pattern. They just got distance and volume. So the only thing we know about this pattern so far is A, 43 feet, and B, 31 mils.
Oh yeah, Nick Hoagland special.
Nick Hoagland finds a way to do those things to collegiate bowlers. That'll be a fun conversation as well. We'll be back at that tournament in a couple of weeks. But Nick always found interesting ways to create nightmares for collegiate bowlers. So I'm sure potentially another concoction of Nick's here at North Rock Lanes over the course of the weekend.
Yeah, I remember we bowled on like an hourglass the year the girl. I think they bowled on like an hourglass shape the year they won, and then on our show we bowled on like an X. And I looked over at Nick and I said, "Nick, did I play them right?" He was like, "Well, if I'm being honest, there's really no correct way to play them." I was like, "Well, that's smart." I mean, his patterns are tough, but you can find a way to strike, and not everybody does. So I think that's what makes it the hardest, is like not everybody strikes a lot. There's some teams that find it, and then there's teams that grind, and then obviously, I mean, if you start in the wrong spot, you can get run over. But yeah, Nick Hoagland is a pattern genius. Between him and JJ, I mean, I don't know if you want to do the battle of numbers or heads with those guys, but yeah, that's a cool thing that they're still doing that stuff.
Absolutely. And, the Hoosier Classic, kind of the culmination of that, oftentimes on the USBC collegiate side. I know we usually didn't get to see, we would get to see McHenry, but we wouldn't get to see Lauren and Jessica and Sarah and Brianna, because there was also an NCAA event usually that same weekend. So with McHenry participating in both NCAA and USBC collegiate, I knew they usually sent a team to the Hoosier, but it usually wasn't your team, essentially, because I think we're in Houston usually for that weekend. But yeah, I'm trying to think, Matt, now that you're an old man who's like 24, I'm trying to remember when your last Hoosier Classic. Were you there for the 50th when they oiled the lanes by hand?
I want to say yes, because I remember I don't think we made the cut. If I'm being honest, I think our team missed the cut that year, but we watched them bowl and throw plastic down the middle of the lane. Or maybe I didn't. I could be totally wrong. Maybe we did. I don't know. Maybe it was the year after. But if we remember what year it was, I'm sure we can, because I graduated in 2019. So it would have had to be the 2019 Hoosier.
I think it was the 2019 when they did that, but essentially that's kind of been a trend the past few years, though. We've seen some teams somewhat struggle at the Hoosier, and you kind of figure that's the last one before postseason play starts, and then that's the team that ends up winning. So I think that was actually the McHenry men a couple years ago as well when they won their title. They did not make the top 8 into the bracket at the Hoosier, but obviously found the right look in the postseason play on the way to that victory. But yeah, that was one of the most interesting bowling days ever. You had Len Nicholson, the great Len Nicholson, out there oiling by hand. He had a spray can, had a mop, was going through there. We've got a ton of great video that we have on the Sport of Bowling USBC Facebook page as well from that week. But yeah, that was that was one of them. But I've always enjoyed Nick kind of coming around. Once we start an event, especially at the Hoosier, and he always has this grin on his face where he's talking about essentially where now that the pattern's out and people are bowling, like what they should be doing and looking for that and trying to find that. But yeah, he tries to make you think outside the box. He likes to see multiple angles, even though sometimes certain patterns will force you to do one thing to find a way to score. But yes, it's got to be always an uphill battle trying to figure out how Nick wants to have you play the lanes.
Yeah, the best is when you make the show at Nationals. That's the first time you get to see the graph when it pops up on the screen. So like, you're always like, oh, what is, trying to guess it, and what's the shape. And I remember talking to Nick one time, and he told me he made it a pattern based off the shape of his hotel that he stayed at in Disney one year. I mean, it's just like fun stuff like that, like write his name down the center of the oil. It's just those kind of things that are like, where does this guy think of this stuff? But yeah, to see him walk around with a smile and he's like, oh, I totally got these guys, and it's just a cool part of the event. So
Absolutely. Well, we got a few shots left here. Peru State already in the books. They're on Nebraska, so I think that might be a new program to the collegiate bowling scene. So if so, welcome to Peru State. And then Midland, also from Nebraska, wrapping things up here. Just 2 bowlers left to go for the Warriors as we wrap up game number 1. Looking ahead here in game number 2, West Texas A&M will be heading over to our featured pair along with Kansas, so they will be on 23 and 24 next. As we get ready here, but as we wrap up these final few shots here, once again, we'll be back on bowltv.com for game number 2 with Lauren Pate and Matt Russo. So, folks, if you are watching on Bowl TV, we already thank you for being part of the Bowl TV community. We're going to be doing cool things like this throughout the course of today and tomorrow. So, a lot of great guests already lined up and ready to go. For the folks on Facebook, head over to bowltv.com. It's quick, it's easy. Create a login. That just takes a minute or two. Then you have 3 options to subscribe. So we certainly hope you check it out. That'll be the only way to watch the action from the Mid-States Championships throughout the course of competition today and tomorrow until we have a champion in each division. So that's going to be pretty awesome. So we're looking forward to that. So head on over to bowltv.com. We hope to see you there. We always got the chat going. It's a lively community. Someone even asked if they want to watch my $2.99, and I don't know why. It didn't fall. The 5-pin was still on the deck. It was kind of embarrassing, but that's how I roll, though. But yeah, we're having a good time on bowltv.com. So head on over there. We're going to go ahead and shut things down here on Facebook. So we'll be right back here with more of Matt and Lauren. I'm Aaron Smith, and thanks again for joining us here at the Mid-States Championships. So Matt, Lauren, you guys got a quick break, but we'll be back here for game 2, and we'll be ready to go. So thanks again, everybody, and we'll see you on Bowl TV for the Mid-States Championships.
All right, athletes, that completes game one. You are free to move to your next pair. And again, remember that you can't utilize the conflicts as you move through the lane. Coaches, please put your score sheets on the back counter, and we'll come by and pick those up.
Coach Lewis, do we follow arrows or arrows? Are you driving?
All right, teams, once you get to your start place, to your pair, make sure you follow those arrows, and as soon as those teams are ready to go, you can game two. So again, good luck, and good bowling.
All right, everybody, welcome back to BowlTV.com for game number 2 of 5 here at the women's day 1 of qualifying from the 2021 Mid-States Championships taking place at North Rock Lanes in Wichita, Kansas. My name is Aaron Smith, and we'll be joined once again here momentarily by Matt Russo and Lauren Pate, members of Team USA on the PBA and PWBA Tour, collegiate national champions, and much more. So we already had a great conversation with them throughout the course of game 1. So as we settle into game 2 with Kansas and West Texas A&M, let's bring them back into the show. And hello again, Matt and Lauren.
Hi, Aaron.
Hello. It's been a long time since we've seen you.
Yeah, I ran a marathon, had some food. Yeah.
That's what we're all about here. As we settle into game 2 here, I want to talk a little bit about a side of college bowling that I know folks who are there in person get to see it quite a bit, but maybe not necessarily something that if you're just watching, you potentially get to see is the involvement of the parents throughout the course of the competition. So I know for both of you, we got to see your parents quite a bit at events throughout the course of the season. So and whichever one of you would like to lead this one off, just talk about the kind of some of the sacrifices your folks made throughout the course of your collegiate bowling career to support you along the way. We, like I said, we got to see. I think I saw your guys' parents more than my own sometimes throughout all the events we would cover, which was so awesome. Some great folks for sure. But just talk about the importance of them throughout the course of your collegiate experience.
Yeah, so being on an NCAA side, it's a little different than USBC side. NCAA, there's 3 days of competition, so we compete Friday, Saturday, Sunday. There was one tournament that we bowled, I want to say my sophomore year, that was Thursday, Friday, Saturday. But everything else was Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and it was a little harder for my parents to come to the NCAA tournaments. They came to major NCAA tournaments, but it was definitely harder. They made some sacrifices. My mom would have to, put in time to take time off, and it was harder for my dad to get time off. But he's always texting me, always calling me, checking in, saying how'd you bowl, like good job, stuff like that. But my mom was able to come to more tournaments further along down the line. But they do come to nationals, especially USBC with all 3 siblings in one place. I think that was beneficial for them. But yeah, it's tricky. They went to more of Josh and Nick's tournaments just because it's Saturday, Sunday. For me, it's 3 days, and that's one less day of work. So yeah, it was nice to have them there, and the parents, I give all kudos to all the parents. Hopefully one day we'll be back there cheering our kids on and get to experience it firsthand. But I can't imagine just sitting in cold bowling centers for 10, 12 hours a day, just watching. So I give them major props.
Yeah, I very fortunate. My dad and my grandfather went just about anywhere they possibly could on the weekends. My grandfather was probably the biggest supporter I've had in my bowling career, so to have him there, obviously as much as they can, it was pretty special to me. Unfortunately, wasn't able to be there when we won in 2019, but I know he was watching from another place, which was nice. But yeah, I mean, supporting is everything. When you're out there bowling and you're in a team aspect, it's great to have the team behind you. But when you turn around and your parents are standing there, it just makes all the hard work pay off, and they're sacrificing their time to be there supporting you. It just means something on a whole nother level. I mean, they've done so much as far as all the work that they do to put you to get to school, and then the least you can do is pay it back by performing well and getting the support. So the support is everything. Even like when we're out there on the men's or women's tour, I mean, having somebody that there or supporting you is just, it's a nice little comfort thing, that you can go back there and talk to them, or have them cheer you on when things are going well. So obviously it's hard with both of us having to bowl the tour, and our tours are separate, and one of us has to be here. So but the support from back home means everything. And things like Bowl TV and Flow Bowling are probably the 2 greatest things that have come about nowadays, that we're able to sit back and obviously watch from 3 different states. You're over in Dallas and we're here in Illinois, and this is happening in Kansas. So but yeah, supporting is everything, and very grateful that my parents have been able to travel and be there at some of the best times in college bowling. And I think the parents just enjoy it. There's nothing out there like college bowling. So the parents they really enjoy it, and it's just a whole great experience.
I think those are some great points, and once again, both of you guys have great folks who we love seeing out there. But yeah, some of those days they put in, it's pretty crazy. As you guys know, to get ready for the live stream, usually, we're at the center a couple hours. We're getting there with the lane men usually, getting there a couple hours before setup, and for most of these college events, they don't necessarily start at 1 or 2 in the afternoon. It's usually morning starts, and the fact that at so many events, I would see folks walking in like at the same time I was, or like a minute or two after I got there. It's like, this is like, I feel I'm here way too early. Like, but here you guys are supporting already. It's like, and they're, they got all the team shirts on already. They're getting the good spots locked down. They got their ladders and their periscopes and everything ready, all decorated up as well. It really is a great part of the collegiate atmosphere, and something that's it's just so cool to see the support on that level throughout the course of the season too. Is we traveled to a few more events last season, and it was crazy getting to know some of the parents, just as well as you get to know the athletes. Just seeing them week in, week out, checking up on you, making sure hey, you're doing okay. That always goes a long way as well. But I have to go back to one of my favorite Russo family stories. When you guys were at Stratford a couple years ago for sectionals. Over the course of time, I've had folks offer me like, hey, we got some snacks if you want anything over the live stream. It's like, oh, okay, cool. Grab some cookies or something like that, or snack bar, water. And Matt's like, yeah, we got some food over here if you want to come over and grab something in between blocks. Like, okay, cool. I'll swing over. So I'm trying to find the Weber contingent. I'm looking around, and all of a sudden I see Matt and I see his folks over there. I walk over there, and it's like a full like Italian meal going on over there. It's like
always
full chicken parm and everything, and like I got like an actual full meal. And here I am at the bowling center thinking I'm gonna survive on a granola bar and maybe something from the snack bar, something like that, to get me through the block. And all of a sudden I got like a full like 3-course meal available here, and it was so awesome. And that was just a great moment. Obviously getting to see you, Matt, in general is always a good time, but that was one that always sticks out to me for some awesome parent food involvement. So I was always grateful for that meal and having that experience.
Those are the greatest Italian sandwiches you'll ever eat in your entire life. I used to live off of those back home in Jersey, and unfortunately, I can't go anywhere that has them like that. But yeah, if I ever get a chance, Aaron, to go back home to get one, I will wrap one up and ship one to you in a cooler.
All right, I will eagerly await for that in the future. But yeah, that was that was a good time. Stratford was a fun tournament, fun center to be at. But yeah, that moment always one of my favorite collegiate bowling stories to share. So thank you for being a part of that, and thank you folks for bringing a cool spread as well.
Oh, anytime. That was one of the best parts about going back home was the good food. So
now when we we kind of talked about a few of the different aspects of collegiate bowling so far, and having the team aspect and kind of building the relationships with the team. But obviously, coming into collegiate bowling for the first time, essentially, I feel for a lot of folks, you're meeting a lot of new people for the first time and kind of experiencing that, getting to know the temperaments of other players, kind of how they work, how they learn as well, and communicating throughout the course of a collegiate season to hopefully get to where both of you have been, and that's winning a national title. You talk about those steps coming in for folks who may be listening who are looking ahead to collegiate bowling. What are some of the big things to overcome in those first few months of the experience that essentially prepares you for the rest of the way out? But talk about that learning curve going into college bowling for the first time. Obviously college is new. That's something, potentially fresh and scary for a lot of folks. Bowling, you're bowling on tough patterns throughout the course of the year. New teammates, new coaches, kind of all that coming together. How did you guys kind of manage that into eventually turning in successful collegiate careers?
Okay. So I have always said that, family is really important to me. And there was family at McKendree, and that to have that so far away, I think really helped the transition from living on my own, being 9 hours away from home, doing adulting things at the time. And, I had awesome roommates, awesome teammates that really helped and could understand because every single one of us was from different parts of the United States. Like we had Ashley Dunn from California and Jessica Malott from Florida and Sarah from Chicago. I'm from Minnesota. So like basically had the whole United States covered at McKendree, and just being able to kind of like lean back and I would say rely on them, but being able to just lean on them when needed was a huge helper through the transition. For college bowling, though, it's a long season. It's probably the longest season of any sport at any university. 2 semesters full of bowling. And just, at the end of it, everyone's just like, oh, I'm so tired. Like, I just can't wait for a break. Like, it's constantly tournament after tournament. But it is so worth it in the end to be so mentally exhausted knowing that you're going to be walking away with a potential national championship. And when McKendree won ITCs, we had to stay there in Baton Rouge for 2 weeks because it was just too expensive to go back to St. Louis to come all the way back down to Baton Rouge. So, we stayed there for 2 weeks. It was a long time away from school, but we all survived and we walked away with not just one, but 2 national championships. And we all sat after we had won the second one, we all sat and just kind of like breathe. We just relaxed. Like, we just did this. And this is what, bowling from October all the way to April is bringing us. And if we could do that every year, I would love to do it. But, there's always heartbreaks and there's ups and downs. And it's always a roller coaster. You could have good weeks of bowling. You can have terrible weeks of bowling. But, it's all trusting in the process. And that is something huge that if you want to go out on the professional tour, you just have to trust that what you're doing is going to be worth it in the end. And I've been a firm believer about that, especially starting with school. Getting my master's, I thought I was going to be able to bowl every single day, bowl the tour, and it turned out to be completely opposite. And I was a little heartbroken and kind of taken back that I wasn't able to, do everything that I had envisioned. But then again, it's all within the process, and at the end of it, it's going to be worth it. I'll have my master's degree and I'll be able to bowl. So yeah, it's trusting the process is key for sure.
We were a very small school, so we had like 10% of the whole school was the bowling program. So it was hard to not get to know everybody. But ours was a little different. We had about 30 some guys on the team, and obviously you can only travel with 24 to all to some of the bigger events. But we had a very close knit group as far as like the varsity team or the guys who were in the top top end of the group. And fortunately enough, we ended up 5 of our 8 guys on the team in 2019 actually lived together. So we were very close as far as just on a friendship level. And sorry, we've got our cats running around like crazy right now. But yeah, we got to know each other on a personal level, and it was a friendship, and it was more of like a brotherhood for the 5 of us, and then we added a couple of people later on. But I remember when Brennan Howe transferred over from what's the name of the school he went to? Mount Mercy. Him and I knew each other, and then when he got to Weber, it just felt like he fit in perfectly to our group. So it just added that extra, friendship in there. And I mean, we always trusted each other, and we, never doubted one another, and we just expected a lot of each other. So it wasn't like a disappointment when we didn't perform well. It was more of like, hey, we know that you can be better, or we know that we can do better as a team. And just have to, give it your all. And, I never felt like any of the guys before me or after me were going to be not giving 100%. And that's something that really what determines who went where to our tournaments is, who gives it 100%, who's putting in all the hard work, and, who deserves to be there. And I undoubtedly think that my senior year, we had the 8 guys who deserved to be there. Uh, I mean, unfortunately, only 6 of us got to bowl. Just the way that it worked with the look of the lane and how we meshed together. But that's just about the process, like Lauren said. I mean, you got to mesh well as a team. I mean, you can have 5 guys that are phenomenal players, but if they all hate each other, they're not going to win. So it's just buying into you're not alone. You've got a group of people behind you that want the best for you. Yeah, you can be selfish at times, but that's not always going to be what's going to get you to win. And who's a leader and following the leaders and just learning from, the guys who are either the next level ahead of you or at that same level. And there's no reason to not work hard. So I think you can learn a lot with college bowling that you can take after into other stuff in your life, whether it's a job or building friendships and stuff like that. So it was a crazy experience, and I do miss the guys, rooming with them and obviously bowling and stuff. But we're still in contact and still enjoy each other's company. So it'll be cool to go down to Florida actually for the World Series and get to see some of the guys. So.
Excellent stuff there, and I have a quick follow up from that. You kind of talked about in the team environment, someone, obviously the coaching staff is there to do their thing, but there's accountability among the players throughout a collegiate bowling season, and there's especially for upperclassmen, you have to take a leadership role to kind of step up for the team, be the one to make sometimes those tough conversations with folks if things aren't going right, or some potentially someone's kind of getting off track, or whatever it may be. But kind of talk about that position for both of you. Kind of taking over leadership roles as you progress throughout the course of your collegiate career. Both of you were fiery players, so I'm sure the the emotion side of it was easy to get worked up and to bring that intensity. But when it came to the conversations you guys had to have, sometimes off the lanes or waiting to bowl with the teammates, just talk about, kind of coming into and understanding what a leadership role was and what, your teammates were expecting from you to find that success.
It was very different. You got to learn essentially what qualities fit you as a leader. I think everybody who is a leader has different qualities that fit them. Um, like you said, the conversations were tough, especially when it was somebody that you were close with, and you had to be honest. And if you were making a decision on who you thought was better suited for the team, it wasn't a personal issue. It was more of just, hey, this is the deal. We think that this person is right now, better or is just working harder. Um, but yeah, I mean, I like to more of just lead by bowling essentially more than leading actually um, words. We had some guys who were very vocal, um, and I was just kind of the guy who was willing to help in any way that I can. But just lead with bowling and let the team know that hey, it's all good. Like you know, I'm here. I got it. I was always one who enjoyed the situations of needing, the shot to win and being in that situation. But yeah, we had some very vocal leaders, which helped. Aaron Uradovich was a great vocal leader. Obviously, people who know him know he's a loud person. I'm from New Jersey, so I can be kind of harsh and straight to the point, and brutally honest. But that's kind of, just I guess where I'm from, if you want to say that. But yeah, very vocal. Vocal leaders are good, and then obviously you need those guys who are just emotionally stable, and just go out there and bowl. And then I feel like you need somebody who just loves to joke around and have a lot of fun. I will say we probably don't win in 2019 if it wasn't for one of our guys going Brooklyn and leaving a 5-pin, and everybody's putting their hands up because we wanted him to miss it just for as a joke, and it turned out that we ended up winning the match and stuff. So there's just a lot of it that goes into it that matters, and there's different aspects that'll help.
Yeah, and I think that everyone just plays a different role. Like everybody is so different, and which makes them play a different role. Like me, I'm little sassafras. I very sarcastic, but also when it comes to serious moments, I'm like, okay, like bring it together. We got this. And throughout the 4 years, my senior year, we lost Jess and Sarah, and they were key players, and they were the people that held us together. So like Matt said, emotionally stable. They were those people. And when it was kind of my turn, I was very fortunate enough to come in with another big recruiting class. So there was multiple of us where we played different roles in leadership. I felt I turned into like the mom of the group, very nurturing. I wouldn't wipe their tears. I wouldn't do that. But it's like a tough kind of love. You have to be empathetic, but you can't be too empathetic where you're just like, rubbing their back like it's okay. Like, but it's tough love is definitely an appropriate thing throughout college bowling. But then again, there's other people that don't take tough love very well, but then you just work around it and you compromise is what you really got to do.
I like it. That's those are some excellent descriptions of kind of the experience in general and working in those situations. So we definitely appreciate that. Looks like we got you guys for about 10 more minutes here. So once again, we definitely appreciate the time throughout the course of our conversation here. But as we kind of wrap things up here, and you guys were kind enough to say you join us again tomorrow, so we'll talk a little bit more. But let's just talk about some fun collegiate bowling memories, kind of to wrap things up. So, for each of you, just stay. Obviously, we know that the national championships are the big moments, but let's talk about just a fun kind of off the wall collegiate bowling story to kind of wrap things up here. Something unique to the team, unique to you guys that always sticks out as a fun story to tell about college bowling.
You know what I'm gonna say, right?
No.
Yeah. When we made eye contact.
Oh my gosh.
We have this I wouldn't say a joke, but I'm a firm believer that Lauren and I contacted eyes with one another in Baton Rouge when they won. After they won NCAA. So I always say that that's the first time we noticed one another. But I mean, I could name a ton of fun memories of college bowling. A lot of it is probably traveling. Being on the plane or in the airports early in the morning. And I remember we had one guy forget his ID all the way back at the training center. And that was a whole mess to, get him onto the plane and stuff. And who left badge somewhere and, loading the bus. And I remember the one time we bowled so bad that we sat in the bus for 3 hours and Dale had his conversation, and it was just crazy stuff like that. Any way that that would get the team fired up or something. But we could sit here and talk hours about stories and who contributed to what, and the lawn practices and the silly jokes that we made, and we had the weirdest cheers and the craziest names for everybody. And, it just, how it all goes. So that's probably the most fun of it was just, being around everybody for so long and, who would bowl where and, the freshmen joining the team for the first time and, that whole pressure and stuff. So it's just been a lot of fun. Honestly, and those are the greatest things is just having fun with everybody.
Yeah, I would say a lot of the memories came from travel and hotel nights where we're completely exhausted, but we have to stay awake for our nightly meeting and just, Brian O'Keefe says punch drunk. We all get punch drunk after. And we're so mentally exhausted from the day, but we have to keep going because we still have work to be done. But one memory that stuck out the most was, I want to say it was my senior year, and we were in Dallas. I think we were bowling at the ITRC. And we, as a team, we drive in the big vans. We have names for our vans. And we were sitting outside in the hotel parking lot eating ice cream, and we were laughing. I had Brian O'Keefe laughing, and I think that is the greatest thing ever because he doesn't laugh at any jokes. So we just sat in the car and we laughed for an hour and a half. We were just like, we were just talking and we were laughing. And I think that was a memory that will stick with me forever. And it was just like a whole like family, just a family feel is something I strive for. And just knowing that I had that will forever be my favorite.
Awesome stuff there. So, Matt, Lauren, I definitely appreciate you guys joining us here on bowltv.com for a little bit of catching up and talking collegiate bowling on the Mid-States Championships. So I look forward to doing it again tomorrow. So we'll have some Baker bowling going on. The strikes will be adding up and it'll be a good time, but we'll let you guys enjoy the rest of your Saturday. But thank you again for joining us, sharing some stories. It was great to catch up and see both of you.
Yeah, thank you very much for having us, Aaron. We definitely enjoyed it, and we look forward to talking to you again tomorrow and hearing your wonderful voice.
So you're the one. Okay. All right. All right, guys. Thanks again. Have a great Saturday, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, everybody. That was Matt Russo and Lauren Pate joining us from Illinois here on the broadcast at the Mid-States Championships. Two great folks to chat with, great ambassadors for bowling and collegiate bowling. So that was super fun to catch up with them for a little bit. We're going to take a quick look. We do have some scores available rolling across the bottom of the screen there. So taking a look at that. Newman leading the way right now after game one, and they're minus 38. Midland second, minus 48. Ottawa out of Kansas, minus 54. St. Ambrose, minus 68. And West Texas A&M currently on our featured pair, minus 78. So scores pretty close here throughout the course of competition here in the early going. So we'll take a look at those throughout the course of the block. JT kind enough to put those together. We have the individual tallies running as well. We also have a note of a front six, courtesy of Midland, currently on lanes 27 and 28. So if they get a little bit closer, we can switch the cameras over there to check it out. If you want to check that out and see who's putting together some strikes on this 43-foot pattern, you can head to channel MSC, that's Mid-States Championships 4. There's lanes 27 and 28. We saw Midland in game one. We'll check them out potentially in a few frames here. But we're going to bring in another special guest to chat for a couple minutes here. This young gentleman, a past Junior Team USA member, and definitely one of the good guys I've met out there so far throughout the course of my bowling travels in youth bowling. So I'd like to welcome in Richard Paul III to the broadcast. RP3,
Hello,
what's
everyone.
up?
Oh, nothing much. I'm very excited to be competing in my first college tournament, and I just like to say hello to everyone. Hope everybody's staying safe, healthy, and especially warm. It's currently 30 in Wichita and it's supposed to snow today, so I'll definitely have on a sweatshirt or two.
Warmth is key in the Midwest there. I know you're from California originally, so and this is Jason actually told me this before the show. You're part of the Wichita State bowling team this season, so tell me a little bit about that.
Well, man, nothing but excitement, and my father and I moved out here so that I could come and go to school and compete for Wichita, and just looking forward to doing that. It's an amazing opportunity, and words can't express how thankful I am to be doing this. It's just an honor.
Well, we will certainly look forward to watching you compete a little bit later today. You're joining obviously a great team and a great tradition here in Wichita State. So, kind of tell us about the process for you to finally make your way over there. Obviously, some things slowed down due to the pandemic as far as getting the collegiate bowling career started. But just talk about kind of your journey to Wichita.
Well, it all happened kind of quickly. I was accepted into the school probably about a month prior to the first semester last year. And about 2 weeks before the semester started, I think we're about halfway into July, my father and I sold the house, packed up all our stuff, and moved out here and bought a house. I bowled through the 3 weeks of tryouts for WSU. I bowled pretty well, and I was thankful to have not lost my bowling skill. I hadn't bowled in about 3 months. So, I really consider myself very lucky. And like I said, it is more than an honor to be here and be representing this fantastic program.
Very cool, very cool. And we talked to Mark Lewis last week during the Prairie View A&M Invitational, and he talked about some of the things that he had been doing to kind of keep players engaged in this unique situation that we're in. So obviously the bowling has been limited, but what are the things you've been trying to work on to get prepared for this moment? On the lanes, obviously, I'm sure a lot of discussion amongst you and the teammates, getting out on the lanes when you can. But what's been the biggest things you've been doing off the lanes to get ready for this season?
Well, biggest thing off the lanes is just obviously mental work. There's a lot of focus and prioritization involved, and seeing as how I'm a college freshman, the time management is it's just a whole new world for me. And fitting in homework and practice, and then team practices on top of that. It's all pretty rigorous, but I'm learning. I'm moving forward, and there's a lot of meditation type of stuff going on, kind of being centered mentally and emotionally, and this is both on the lanes and off the lanes. It's just super important to be focused in all of these different aspects, not just on the lanes when you're physically competing. So I'd say just a ton and another ton of mental work.
Well, that's definitely important for the rigors of a collegiate bowling season. Obviously, as you mentioned, a lot of things to manage along with going or competing on tough conditions week in and week out. The school aspect, obviously, and the academics very important as well. So glad to hear the managing has been going well, because I know that's a big challenge for folks, kind of to potentially juggle all these things going on at once. So glad to hear that. But obviously another big component of the Wichita State bowling program is getting to work with Coach Rick Steelsmith, who's a Hall of Famer, an all-time legend in the sport. Getting to work with someone who as knowledgeable, as great as Rick is, definitely got to be exciting as well to kind of take in as a young player.
Oh, definitely. Until probably a couple years prior, I was unaware that Rick Steelsmith was going to be the head coach. And then I guess I shouldn't necessarily say it was shocking, because, as you said, he is an all-time legend in the sport. I just remember years ago, if you've ever been to the National Bowling Stadium in Reno on Lane 81, Mike Jasnow does his lessons. He would do a side-by-side comparison of me and Rick Steelsmith. And then a few years later, I learned that was going to be my head coach. And I was actually very excited, and that in itself is sort of an honor to be working with somebody like that.
Oh, that's a pretty awesome story. And yeah, Lane 81 at the bowling stadium, a great, and Mike Jasnow, another fantastic coach. I'm afraid I didn't get a cool comparison like that when I went for a lesson, though. So my game is apparently not does not replicate the same way as your silky smooth game does. But but as we kind of look ahead, we talked about the academic part of it, and that's always a big decision coming into it, as well as kind of looking what you're trying to do off the lanes as well. So tell us a little bit about that, the class selection, what's your major, all that good stuff.
Well, I'm majoring in business. Right now I'm just starting out in sort of some orientation-like classes of business administration, getting all of my freshman classes out of the way, and then I'm also hoping to pick up a minor in real estate. I don't necessarily know if I'll be going into the real estate business in the future, but I do know if I don't, it will definitely help me with purchasing a house.
Which is very important. So there you go.
Very, very important. So yeah, just all these different skills to pick up, and there's Wichita State happens to be a school with a ton of options, and they have not only a fantastic bowling program, but fantastic academic program. So it's business is the place that I'm looking to start and hopefully stay, because that opens up a bunch of doors for me in the future. But at a school like this, there are a ton of options.
Absolutely, and that's always good. So you're looking ahead. That's what I always like about you, RP3. You're always one step ahead of the game, and it's something I've appreciated since we kind of first met at Junior Gold over the course of the years, team trials, kind of those experiences all coming together. Always knew you were always a step ahead, along with that great bowling game of yours as well. So like to hear that, young man. So that's some good stuff. This Wichita State team, we got to see it compete quite a bit during the 2019-2020 season, and you got a great leader in Brandon Biondo on that team, who is a little bit older than a few of you young whippersnappers out there, but Brandon has been around the collegiate bowling game for a long time. He's a great competitor. He has that Junior Team USA experience like you do. Talk about kind of Brandon's role as kind of someone as an upperclassman, kind of being the guy who's kind of been the vocal leader of this team for a year or two now.
Well, I think every team, of course, needs a good leader, and Brandon, he's very experienced. A lot of athletic talent, but of course, in a team environment, athletic talent isn't 100% of what wins titles and things like that. So, the other thing is, I think about how I'm a freshman, and I realize that I don't always exactly know, what I'm doing, or there's certain problems that I don't always know how to solve. And it really just takes a good leader to bring that kind of wisdom in. And I think Brandon is the perfect person to do that. He's been around for a long time, obviously very level-headed, and Brandon means business.
I would agree with that, and I've been fortunate enough never to be on the receiving end of a high five of his. So I know those are all business as well.
Yeah, I have. It's quite intimidating, but you got to let it fire you up, Got to let it fire you up.
Absolutely. That's what it's all about in collegiate bowling. You got to kind of work in that team environment, and that'll definitely fire up your game, and might fire up your hand a little bit as well. But Brandon, a great kid, great family for him as well. So always enjoy getting to see Brandon compete. Now, Mr. Richard Paul III, I got a note here from Jason Thomas saying, talking about a virtual gravity and this 43-foot, 31 mil condition. Tell us a little bit about that and kind of what you're looking ahead to here at North Rock.
Well, I got my virtual gravity. Let's see, I think I got it about 3 years ago.
And this is like OG virtual gravity, right?
Yeah, original virtual gravity. Number on the serial number, the year is 09, so it's 12 years old now. Gosh, it rolls fantastic though. I threw it a little bit at the U.S. Open in 2018, and man, that ball just strikes a lot. I threw it in WSU tryouts. Actually, is my main bowling ball, and then I threw an IQ Tour a little bit here and there, but the virtual gravity was the horse, and and it kind of gives me best of both worlds. It's aggressive, but it's older technology, so it's not super snappy or anything in the back. It gives me a lot of really good roll through the pins, so I actually carry a ton with that ball. And for whatever hook or overall hook potential that it may lack compared to the newer big asymmetrics out today, I know that I can make up for that with controlling my speed and my hand and stuff like that. And frankly, I think it's going to match up very well as a number one ball for this oil pattern.
Excellent stuff, and you're pulling at my heartstrings as a gentleman much older than you, with the referring to the virtual gravity. So that's that was back in my heyday, way back when. So mid 2000s, late 2000s. That's kind of when I was at my peak. So virtual gravity, one of the all-time greats out there from that time frame. So that's pretty awesome to hear. RP3, we'll let you start getting ready here in a little bit. But it's as you mentioned, this is going to be your first collegiate tournament coming up here in just a couple hours. So for you, what's it going to be? To put on that Wichita State black and yellow, black and gold for the first time. Get to stand out there, get the pep talk from Coach Steele Smith, get the pep talk from the teammates, and go out there and compete. What's you've been waiting for that for a while now. What's that moment going to be like for you in just a couple hours, being able to show up with one of the all-time great collegiate programs ever?
Well, there's definitely going to be a lot of nerves. One thing I know is that I need to bring confidence today. And controlling those nerves, that's something that when you're on a bigger stage of bowling, nerves are inevitable. And I think that's a huge part of what makes this sport what it is, and controlling those emotions. So, just a lot of controlled breathing throughout competition is going to be big, and controlling my nerves, centering my thoughts, and making good shots. And then, I think confidence is such a huge part of it as well, because when you're with a lot of other really good competitors, it's easy to start thinking that, I need to throw a good shot here, and then maybe doubt that and picture all of the things that can go wrong in your mind, when, it's important for me to realize that I think I can hang around with these guys, and I think that I can contribute a lot of pins. So just remembering that throughout competition, and knowing that, even as I'm making shots, and realizing that I make good shots, that's just going to be huge for me this weekend.
Absolutely. Well, we look forward to seeing it translate on the lanes in just a couple hours for you. Final question before we let you go and start getting ready for today. Since you moved to Wichita, what is your favorite menu item at AJ's?
Favorite menu item at AJ's? Okay, they have a 4-cheese mac and cheese that I like, and I tell you what, it's like a bowl of cheese with some macaroni spread out through it. Super cheesy, super good. I like my dairy products. They call me the milkman out there, so I enjoy it.
The milkman. How about that? RP3, the milkman. This is you've got all the nicknames here. You got this on lockdown. That's what we like to hear. So, all right. I'll tell JT he's got to check that out while he's there. He was talking about some pizza, but maybe he has to work in some mac and cheese as well to kind of even things out there.
Yeah, they also have good pizza.
The pizza is top notch for sure, but the mac and cheese. All right. Next time I'm there too, I'm going to check that out. So, all right, though, Mr. Richard Paul III. We appreciate you swinging by and chatting with us for a couple of minutes. Hopefully, you can give JT some reports along the way as well when you guys are out there. potentially even catch up with you after the block. We'll see what Wichita State is doing on the lanes, but we appreciate the time. I appreciate getting to chat with you. It's been too long, man, but it's great to see you, and I look forward to seeing you out on the lanes a little bit later today.
Yeah, absolutely. I always enjoy seeing you guys, and Aaron, it's as always very nice to see you virtually this time. But getting to talk to you guys, it always brings joy to my heart, and it definitely makes bowling a lot more fun. So, thank you.
All right, sir. Well, we appreciate the time. Use that virtual gravity with the virtual conversation. That's all tying in here. So we like it. But RP3, we'll talk to you soon, bud. And thanks again for joining us here from the Mid-States Championships.
Sure. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. All right, folks. Young standout Richard Paul III joining us here on Bowl TV. Going to be competing at the Mid-States Championships, a freshman at Wichita State in just a couple of hours. Our men's squad going to be starting up at 5:30 p.m. Eastern, 4:30 local time. So we'll be here all day, Bowl TV, with that. We're going to keep the guests coming in, though. So another individual who has had a ton of collegiate success, and that has translated to Team USA success, PWBA Tour success, one of the best on tour. Always love the opportunity to get to chat with her. Let's welcome in Stephanie Johnson to Bowl TV. So, hi, Steph. How you doing?
Hey, Aaron. Thanks for having me. I am doing fine. How are you?
I'm doing great. We got some collegiate bowling here on Bowl TV. Always a great time. We're in a great bowling venue at North Rock Lanes. I know one very special to you as well. But first, let's catch up. Have you recovered from the Kickoff Classic Series? All those games, all that hotel time with Shannon.
I have, yes. I came home Tuesday night after bowling was complete, and it's funny because we had the opportunity to room by ourselves or room with someone. And of course, it was not even a question. I roomed with Shannon O'Keefe. And we both said at the beginning, we're like, wow, this is going to be a long 10, 11 days. And then at the end, of course, we're like, oh my gosh, that flew by so fast. And, it kind of exceeded my expectations because I went in with just kind of an open mind of, this is kind of how it's going to be. The game plan, of course, is to be bowling all the time. I did miss the first cut by a few pins, so I was not bad enough to not be at the bowling center. So I got to at least go and hang out, be the alternate, and watch. So, it was quite the experience. And honestly, the food was fantastic. Everybody was so accommodating. And I think the only thing that could have been better was the weather, but that's of course beyond any of our control. So it was a great time, and I really look forward to kind of whatever the rest of our season may look like.
Absolutely, and as you mentioned, made a couple cuts there, bowled well, so that's always a good way to kick off the season. But kind of circling back to Wichita, Kansas, and North Rock Lanes, your very first PWBA Tour title came at this facility that these collegiate competitors are at right now. So let's head back to 2015 and that experience. That was a fun one to watch on Bowl TV as it kind of went through everything and obviously getting the title at the end. But for you, obviously thinking of North Rock Lanes in that moment, take us back to that week and some of the experiences on your way to the title.
Yeah, so 2015, gosh, so long ago, right? But that was my rookie year, and I did end up winning Rookie of the Year that year. I want to say that was probably the second or third tour step of the season, but North Rock has always kind of held a special place in my heart. We go up there a lot to bowl some of the team tournaments that they have for the Southwest and other things. So I'm very familiar with that center and just kind of, I feel comfortable there. So I obviously had a great week, and I ended up bowling Kelly Kulick in the final match, which of course is no easy task. Mm-hmm. None of these women are an easy task for that matter. But being able to claim my first PWBA title against one of the women that I aspire to be and looked up to and can call my teammates, that was pretty special. Um, of course, I'm sure she would disagree of not wanting to lose, but I that one definitely holds a special place in my heart. There's nothing like getting that monkey off your back and getting your first professional win. Just it was something that I had always wanted to achieve as a little girl when I decided that bowling was going to be what I was going to do. So pretty awesome. And I love their new backdrops. I think that is super cool.
I like it too. I like it. It's very sleek, very modern. So the first time I saw it after the women's championships in 2019, I got used to seeing the red and that pattern when every time we visited
Right.
North Rock and for Queens as well. So yeah, I definitely like the new look as well. It's got a very sleek, modern look to it. Now, Steph, your collegiate career at Central Florida, one of the all-time great collegiate bowlers. Tell us a little bit about obviously these student athletes are out here competing right now, but for you, tell us a little bit about your collegiate path to get to UCF. Obviously, I know Mike Donahue, being a big fan of UCF, went a long way in your decision making. But tell us a little bit about your journey deciding to go there and ultimately. Some of the big takeaways from your game that you got from collegiate bowling.
Yeah, so I was fortunate to grow up bowling in Florida, where during my time in high school, it was a varsity sport. So I was able to compete at the varsity level at my high school. And that's kind of where I tell people I fell in love with bowling. And I think we have a cameo appearance here by my daughter. Say hi, everybody.
Hello.
You're not really in the camera. There you go. Say hi. Talking to my friends, okay? So that's kind of where I tell people I fell in love with bowling was high school. And I decided to become a bowler because I think there's a really big difference between people that just bowl and then someone that's actually a bowler. Got a coach and, I decided, I was going to bowl in college. And at the time, UCF, which is in Orlando, about 4 hours from where I was, had just started their program the year before. So very, very, very new club sport. We weren't NCAA or anything like that. And I decided that, I'm going to stay in state. I'm going to be far enough away from home, but close enough to where I could go back and just really kind of have a fun college bowling. Baby, I'll be right there, okay? Just have a really fun college bowling experience. I was able to probably going where I wanted to, but my biggest piece of advice for kids that are kind of going through that process is, you really have to ask yourself, what is it that you want to get out of your collegiate experience? Do you want to be someone that starts? Do you want to be someone that maybe has a couple years, I don't want to say on the bench, but you're not a starter right away? And those were kind of the questions that I had in my mind of, I really just wanted to go somewhere that was kind of close to home and still have a great experience. I mean, we had the ability to be coached under Pat Costello, who was phenomenal in her own right back in her heyday of her PWBA career. So I'm very honored to say that I owe so much of my bowling accomplishments and career to her. I hope she's listening. Hi, Pat. I miss you. But I often tell people that if I could go back to any point in my bowling career, it would be absolutely college bowling. Some of the best 4 years of my life, I still keep in touch with all those girls. We have our group text going. And honestly, many of them don't even bowl anymore. I kind of was the one that stuck with it and wanted to pursue it even further after college. So, it's kind of all about what the expectation is, I think, from college. Because now, we're talking, this was many, many years ago. College bowling has just skyrocketed. It's unbelievable the amount of programs that are available to both men and women to, have the opportunity to have your college paid for and, go to school for free. That's pretty amazing. So I I tell people just kind of explore all your options. Don't be so narrow-minded with this is what I want. There might be something out there that's kind of a hidden gem that you come across, but super cool to see that this program has absolutely just taken off.
Absolutely, and continues to grow each and every season. New schools, new programs starting up, and I think one of the cool aspects is that teams can, with the right coach and the right system, can find ways to compete fairly quickly. That's something some other sports don't necessarily have that type of. It takes time to build a program, but you mentioned UCF. Obviously, the great coach Pat Costello, the Hall of Famer. We had her on the broadcaster in the PWBA Tour event, and obviously she was she was rooting for you and talking about the UCF days. But what was it like to we just talked to a young man, Richard Paul III, who's going to be coached by Rick Steelsmith, a Hall of Famer, a legend. So that's going to be a brand new experience for him for the next couple of years. But having had that experience, getting to work with a legend in the game like Pat Costello had to be pretty crazy and fun and exciting and kind of all those things. So talk a little bit about just kind of getting to know Pat on that level, not only as a coach but as a friend, and finding the best ways to work together to find success for you and for the program.
Yeah, I mean, it's super important to build that relationship, not just that player-coach relationship, but just, a friendship, a mentor. And being able to work with someone such as Pat that has literally been in your shoes, I think that's priceless because they can somewhat empathize with what you're going through, on the approach, needing to make a shot or understanding the value of practicing your spares, for hours and hours. So, I would say being able to call Pat my friend is such an honor. I remember my senior year, and I can't remember who gave her this necklace, but she gave me a necklace that says Superstar on it, and I still have it. It's got a little diamond and a star, and she knows I love stars, and she would always tell people that I was her little superstar, I was her kid. And I cherish that because it's such an honor to be able to work with people of that caliber and, like I mentioned before, just attest a lot of my success to her. And, it's just as valuable to be able to put in the time and want it for yourself as your coach wants it for you. So, all the kids that are being coached by some of these great legends that have now turned into coaches themselves that have went through the college programs, I just think it's incredible.
I absolutely agree with you. We have wrapped up game number 2 here. So game 3 coming up next on 23 and 24. We have Lincoln and Kansas Wesleyan joining us here. I know we have Stephanie Johnson joining us right now. I know we only got you for a couple more minutes, Steph, but looking ahead to kind of the rest of 2021 for you. Obviously, we got the tour. I know registration has just opened recently for some of the next stops. So that's definitely exciting. But what are some of the things you're looking forward to in the next months in preparation for the continuation of the PWBA Tour?
Yeah, so I did register for the next 3 events. I'm very curious to see kind of how that rolls out or what that ends up looking like. Regardless, I will be there if we have the opportunity. In between, from now until then, I have been working with Valerie Bercier, who is another PWBA player who kind of has a wellness program that she endorses. So I've been on her program for about almost a week now, which is going well. Same one that Jason Thomas went on. I don't know if you're listening, but it's going awesome. So kind of working on some health and wellness things for myself and just kind of getting in the reps, practicing, trying to bowl as much as I can competitively. I'm very, very lucky that here in Texas, we have essentially been open for a while. And there's a lot of little local things that kind of happen each and every weekend. So kind of have to tag team with the husband and my mom, who can watch the kids and when I can go bowl and practice. So it's certainly a team effort, but that's kind of my game plan between now and then, just hitting the lanes as much as possible, hitting the gym, trying to get back into some sort of nutritional routine and just, keep my fingers crossed for whatever the next couple of months may end up looking like for us.
Absolutely. And I don't know if you caught that. Jason gave the thumbs up, so he certainly approves. If he comes back on the screen here, we'll add him in. But there he is. All right, JT can tell you about that first week and the second week and all that. So Jason Thomas, welcome back.
I'm always willing to talk about how skinny I am now.
There you go.
Yeah, no, it was amazing. And the thing, a lot of people have noticed, right? And so a lot of people are asking me about this. And so they all say the same thing. It's like, yeah, I know less calories, more exercise, you lose weight. And I go, no, that's not what happens. I go, that's part of that's true, but I was doing that and I hit a wall and I couldn't lose any more weight. And so what Valerie made me understand through her program is that the type of food that you eat is more important when it comes to burning fat. You only will get to a certain level until you stop eating food that causes your body to store fat. And so what's interesting, I set a goal with her. I was at 185 when I started, and I wanted to get to 170. And she goes, "You'll lose it in a month on the program." And so by the end,
unbelievable to think about, because you're like,
I didn't believe.
Sounds like a sales pitch,
Yeah, I was like, I don't think you're correct. I think you're wrong. Like, all right, well, then let's see what happens. And I said, I'm going to follow it to the letter, just so I can prove you wrong, that I'm not going to lose this weight, because I don't think I'm going to lose it. And so we did it, and I got to 165 after that month. And I've actually transitioned off of the plan and into a new, my regular daily, whatever,
Yeah, your own kind of routine.
Yeah. And I'm actually down to 153, which I haven't been to since my senior year of high school.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I'm only on day 5, but it was a lot easier than I thought it would be, just because for me personally, like if I commit to something, like it's, I'm just going to do it. Even if we go out to eat, I'm going to be super careful with, salad with chicken is pretty safe.
Right.
But, to what you've said, Jason, I think part of Valerie's program too is like teaching you to just look at food differently, like literally looking at food as fuel, because I use the analogy like our cars. I mean, there's 4 different types of gasoline you could probably use, and some are better than others, and it makes your car run better or worse. So, I totally agree with you. Like the calories in versus calories out, like people understand that, but what I'm now learning is what type of calories. Because 100 calories of X is different than 100 calories of Y, and I told her I was going to the gym the other day, and she said, well, just be careful with what you're doing, because you don't want your heart rate to get into a different zone. She's trying to explain to me the anaerobic and then aerobic and all these things. And it's just really fascinating to me. It's really scientific. So I'm only on day 5 and I haven't weighed myself, but I know things are changing. So that's kind of cool.
Yeah, no, I went through the same thing, because at the time I was doing, like 15-mile bike rides every day. And she's like, yeah, at the beginning, you might not want to be doing that. You might want to let your body get used to the new, the food and so just be careful. You can exercise, but just be careful at the beginning. And after about 3 or 4 days, I was ready to go exercise. And I did have to be a little careful. I didn't have as much energy on those bike rides. But then after about a week and a half, I had way more energy for the bike rides. And I was like, let's do 20 miles. And so it was pretty amazing. And then the last 10 pounds I've lost, I've actually stopped. And Valerie's kind of chastised me for this. She's like, you need to still exercise, Jason. But I've lost another 10 without really doing a lot of exercise other than running around and running Bull TV shows.
Right.
It's a lot of exercise, but
yeah. It's super interesting. Like I'm really fascinated by it. I've never studied anything like this, and I don't plan to necessarily, but it's definitely worth just kind of reading more in the books that they gave us, because it's there's really a science to it. And what I like about her program is that it's not like this fad type of diet. It's really trying to train you and like reset your body for a whole month of just kind of getting all the gook out and trying to feed it with like, good fertilizer versus it's all the junk that we all are guilty of, just the quick stuff and on the go. Your schedule is funky. Sometimes ours can be when we're bowling. Even these girls and guys that are bowling right now, the collegiate stuff, it's just super important to have snacks with you.
Yeah.
But it's just
they're bowling 6 hours, straight. And that's the big thing too, is eating every 2 hours. Every 2 hours, a small fueling. And if you do that, you're never hungry and your body's always metabolizing. And, it just requires some planning, which is probably the hard part, but it's super easy.
Yeah, it's really not. Once you get into the routine and just kind of, what your day might look like. I mean, obviously things can change, but I knew we were going out last night, so I brought my little fuelings with me. We went to dinner and I got like edamame. There's just ways to be a little smarter about it. So I just think it's kind of cool. So it kind of works out perfectly that I'm doing it, between now and, or I guess our next stops. But I don't necessarily think it kind of stops. You just kind of transition out of that first month and kind of get into your own sort of routine of what will work for you.
Yeah. I just can't recommend it highly enough. I mean, it's one thing that's so important in everybody's life is your health. And for me, it's been, I feel like it's going to add years to my life from where I was before. I lost 3 15-pound bowling balls, a triple ball tote worth of weight since the pandemic started. So it's like, that's gotta be good for me over the course of the rest of my life. And then I've started bowling again, pain-free. I had to quit bowling because I just was in too much pain. And I've been able to bowl again and be able to bowl multiple days in a row without pain. And so it's really exciting just to have things that I love back in my life again.
And who doesn't like to be complimented for losing weight or just looking different or looking healthy or whatever they may be saying?
Yeah, that part doesn't suck.
But it's like a couple of people have asked me, like, why are you doing it? You don't need to lose weight. And it's like, well, it's not about that necessarily, as opposed to just kind of wanting to kind of jumpstart like a new outlook, and if the weight happens, it happens, but like no one really knows like your personal like struggles or your journey. And that's why I just kind of like keep to myself. It's like, people are going to judge you no matter what you do. If you do this or do that, it's like, no, stick to my plan. This is something for me. Because I think so often, all of us are guilty of not taking care of ourselves. We're so busy with kids or just other things in our lives. And it's like, whoa, we need to like calm down and do it. So that's why I'm doing it. So far, so good.
Well, good luck. I'm going to step out. The commercial for Valerie's services is now completely over, but we are waiting for we're actually waiting for all the pairs to finish before everybody can move. That's what the holdup is. But
okay.
I'll get you guys the standings. They're coming in quickly. So as soon as everybody's finished with this game, I'll update the standings for everybody watching at home. And we did see some better scores that game. They were tough. We haven't really talked much about, where they're playing, but basically anything right at 12 is dead. So if you're a straighter player, you pretty much have to point it up 12 and not throw it right of that. And if you have a little more rev rate, you can get in around third arrow and just kind of keep it in front of you, and you have a little bit of a shim. A couple 260 games on game 2. So it looks like the track, which is pretty predominant here at this bowling center, starting to develop a little bit. With 31 mils was the pattern. So it was. We don't know the shape, but 40,
That's a lot of volume.
Yeah, I mean, you would be killing them, Steph. I'm sure.
I don't know about that. I think it's interesting to talk, oil patterns. I'm sure it's posted somewhere, but it's important to look at the bills, the distance, and then of course, where is the oil? I think that's a misconception too. It's, the graph doesn't always tell you where to play, because obviously lane surface dictates a lot of that as well. But 31 mils overall is a lot of oil. But there's 5 people bowling on a pair, and you said they're bowling 6 games, so it doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the middle part of the lane transitions, because it feels like a lot of that oil is outside of 10. Because I've seen a few shots get outside of 10 and barely hit the 6 pin.
Oh yeah,
So, yeah, they're definitely thick. Yeah, but that's the old, the gutter is 10. Anything right at 10, you're basically throwing it in the gutter. But it'll be interesting to see, the players with the higher rev rates, how far left they're going to have to migrate over these 5 games and all the traffic.
Kind of play some fallback, maybe. We'll see.
Yeah. But anyway, they're about to get ready for game number 3. I'm going to go get some scores for you guys, and I'm glad to see you've got the program underway, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it impacts your. I mean, obviously, like you said, you already look great, but I think we're going to see the impact on your bowling, and that's going to be a lot of fun in a couple of months when the tour starts back up again. So,
yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah.
All right, we'll get back to work.
All right, guys. Yep.
See you, JT. All right, Jason Thomas swinging by. Great conversation there, Steph, to kind of wrap things up. I knew you were kind of on a timeline for us, so we'll go ahead and let you go as we get into game number 3 here. But for the folks at home, obviously you do a lot of cool stuff on social media. You're always practicing, always getting ready, always throwing that roto grip equipment down the lane, striking a bunch. So where can folks kind of follow you just to kind of keep track with you these next couple months on social?
Yeah, so I'm pretty active on Instagram and my Facebook page, which is Stephanie Johnson Fans. I am actually doing 52 weeks of giveaways. Every Friday, I post something. You can comment, or it's a share, or it's a tag somebody. It's a little bit of everything, but I do give something away every week. This week is you just have to pick the winner of the Super Bowl, and I'll randomly pick 2 people to win some cool Wick gear, my TGIF This Girl is Fearless stuff. So that's what I'm giving away this week. But yeah, and then Instagram, I'm on there as well, Stephanie11184. That's my handle. So I kind of just tag team both of those and try to post some cool videos and just fun stuff for people to see.
Absolutely. Well, we'll be on the lookout for those giveaways. So folks, be sure to follow Steph to keep up with all that and pick a winner for the Super Bowl. That's easy.
Is it? I don't know.
That's true. It's a 50-50 chance. So I like that they have to pick. So that's good stuff right there. But Steph, we'll let you get back to your Saturday with the family there. Please give them our best. But thank you again for joining us here on Bowl TV for some collegiate bowling action. And we look forward to seeing you on the lane soon.
All right. You guys take care. Have a great day.
All right. You too, Steph. Thanks again.
All right. Bye.
Bye. All right, everybody. Another great guest in the book today. We've already talked to Matt Russo and Lauren Pate. We had Richard Paul III. Now Stephanie Johnson joining us here throughout the course of the day. So we are cruising along, getting into game number 3. We're going to be joined by Lincoln and Kansas Wesley in this game. So those are our teams featured here on lanes 23 and 24. Looking across the house, it looks like Newman and Barton County Community College are on 15 and 16. That is MSC 1. On MSC 2, lanes 19 and 20, we have Baker and Iowa Central. on MSC3. That's the station we're watching right now. That is 23 and 24. On 27 and 28, that's MSC4. We have West Texas and Kansas, who we watched last game. And over on MSC5, that's lanes 31 and 32 at North Rock. It's Midland and Peru State, the teams competing. So once again, if this is your first time visiting us on Bowl TV, you can pick from multiple channels to watch your favorite teams throughout the course of competition. If you're watching on a desktop or a laptop, that's available below the video. You'll see it with the little red live button with MSC for Mid-States Championships, the name of the event. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the different channels, along with the main channel here with commentary. Or if you're on mobile, in the top right-hand corner, you can find that as well. The little 4-box window pane will take care of everything there. So, folks, as we talked about with the program there from Valerie, it's important to fuel every 2 hours. We've been at it for 2.5 hours. I have not fueled, so I need to get fuel now. So I'm going to go do that. I'm going to take a quick break, but we're going to settle in Lincoln and Kansas Wesleyan on the lanes right now for game 3 of 5 here for the women's day 1 of qualifying. And I guess essentially it's not qualifying because it's total pinfall for the event determines the champion. So day 1 of competition, we'll call it that. Here at the Mid-States Championships from Wichita, Kansas, at North Rock Lanes. Jason Thomas on site helping us out. My name is Aaron Smith. We'll be back in just a few minutes as we settle into game 3. We'll get you some standings for the teams as well as the individuals. And we have some more guests lined up as well. So I believe our next guest is scheduled right around 1 p.m. Eastern at noon local time. So about a half hour from now. But everyone sit back and enjoy. We have some more collegiate bowling action from Wichita, Kansas coming up here for the rest of the day on Bowl TV. So folks, sit back, enjoy, and we'll be right back. All right, we had scores a little bit pretty quick there, so big shout out to JT and the staff working the Mid-States Championships as well. The 61st edition of the Mid-States Championships. For the team standings, Wichita State shot a big 1085 in Game 2 to catapult to the top of the standings. They're at 19 and 91 for 2 traditional team games, or as you see on the bottom of the screen, they are -9. So once again, 200. Shooting 1,000 a game essentially is even. So they're just 9 pins behind the pace of that. Big game for the Shockers, though, to move to the top of the standings. Midland University, 992 in Game 2. They're at 19 of 44, so right around 50 pins back of the lead. Then we have a bit of a drop-off in the standings. Newman University in third, 1832, so about 100 pins between first and second. Oklahoma Christian at 1823 in fourth. Ottawa out of Kansas in fifth place at 1817. West Texas A&M in sixth, 1812. St. Ambrose, 1810 in seventh. Iowa Western Community College in eighth at 1753. Barton Community College, 1726. And then Baker University in 10th place at 1712. So that's your top 10 out of the 15 varsity teams competing. The teams on our featured pair at the moment, Lincoln College in 11th at 1627, and Kansas Wesleyan in 12th at 1547. So a look at your top 10 and our teams featured here on lanes 23 and 24. Let's see if we can get some individual standings as well. Taking a look so far for the second consecutive game, West Texas A&M's Alexis Sledge leading overall in pinfall, 253 in game 1, 199 in game 2. She's at 452. That is a 226 average so far through 2 games. Sitting in second place from Baker University is Kinsey Miller at 444. In third place at the moment, Wichita State, Madison Janik, a past junior Team USA member, holding down the third spot with 440. Macy Nemechek from Midland University. If I got that incorrect, folks, help me out in the chat. Shot 262 in game 2 to move into 4th place overall. She's at 439. And Morgan Pelkey from Oklahoma Christian rounding out the top 5. She's been pretty consistent so far, 212 and 216 for 428 for her 2-game total. 214 right now to make the top 5. So that is the rundown here from Wichita, Kansas through 2 full games. We're into game 3. Once again, a 5-game block here for our women competitors. The men will be on the lanes for their 5-game traditional block at 5:30 p.m. Eastern, 4:30 local time in Wichita. And then tomorrow morning, we will have 4-game Baker blocks, 16 total games. Once again, for the men and the women will be up first. They'll be 8:45 a.m. Eastern, so a much earlier start time tomorrow, 7:45 a.m. local time. So bring the coffee for that one. So they'll have their 16 games. Total pinfall will determine the champion once it's all tallied up. And then the men will hit the lanes 1:45 p.m. Eastern for their 16 Baker games, 12:45 local time. We'll crown a champion afterwards in both divisions. Take some photos, have a story up on bolt.com. We'll have some social media out about it as well. And then it's time for the Super Bowl. So talk about a great weekend coming together. Bowl TV and the NFL. It's like a match made in heaven. But stay on Bowl TV first. You can worry about the pregame stuff and the commercials later because we got bowling full time right now here on Bowl TV for the Mid-States Championships from North Rock Lanes in Wichita, Kansas. We'll be right back here for game 3.
Good, good.
Come on. There you go.
Hello again, everybody. Welcome back to Bowl TV for our continued coverage of the Mid-States Championships from Wichita, Kansas, and the great North Rock Lanes. My name is Aaron Smith with Bowl TV. Jason Thomas on site at North Rock Lanes as well. We'll be bringing you the action throughout the course of the day. We are in game number 3 of 5 here for our women's day 1 of competition, 5 traditional games throughout the course of the day. And to kick things off overall here, we have Lincoln and Kansas Wesleyan on our featured pair. We have the scores rolling beneath as well. So Jason Thomas putting those in for top 15, top 10 for team and individual as well. Coming up in game 4 here on 23 and 24, we have Baker and Iowa Central. And in game 5, Newman and Barton County Community College. But right now, we're going to bring in another special guest. So we've had a few guests throughout the course of the morning and now the afternoon here local time. So we're definitely excited for another great conversation here. This lady is a PWBA Tour champion, a standout from Wichita State, so knows a thing or two about North Rock Lanes here as well, and has won the Queens here at North Rock. So a lot of history here to share. Definitely one of the top competitors on the PWBA Tour, someone we always like the opportunity to chat with. Let's bring her in. Welcome in Dasha Kovalova to the show. So hello, Dasha.
Hi, stop it. I mean, keep going. I like when people boost my ego just right off the bat. You know, it's really nice. Need to be here more often.
Hey, we're definitely we're game for that. So we will make sure to work that in, and we'll have even longer introductions for you each time as well.
Sweet.
So we can work this. We can make this happen. So Dasha,
It gets progressively longer every time.
It's going to be 30 minutes from now on. So it'll get to that point. So Dasha, well, thank you for joining us here at the Mid-States. First and foremost, hopefully you've recovered from the Kickoff Classic Series. I know that was a long tournament, a lot of days, a lot of bowling. You had 2 stepladder final appearances in there. So just tell us about being back in Michigan after the tournament and how everything's feeling after all those games.
The first 2 days, I think I just laid on the couch and made noises that sounded like, ow. Every time I wanted to move, it just hurt. But you know what? My body is recovering faster now, and it was pretty cool. You know, I think I went to practice on Monday earlier than I wanted to. Tuesday I bowled league, and I'm like, yeah, competitive bowling, let's go. I missed the tour already, and everybody's like, wow, you're for you. Yeah, I know.
Well, there we go.
Oh.
That's what I like to hear.
I didn't know it's gonna be in Kansas, but I got prepared. Oh, where's my camera? See, I have a Kansas mug.
Very nice. Very nice.
Just for you guys.
Well, we appreciate that. Jason, the only one actually in Wichita at the moment. I'm still in Dallas, but we're doing cool things. We're all around the country here. We're covering college bowling. So there's Jason right there.
Hi.
Hi. How's
How are
Wichita?
you?
It's good.
It's
I'm
snow.
good.
It's blizzarding right now.
Same.
Yeah. It's kind of. I was surprised because I looked at my Texas weather and I was like, well, it'll be the same in Wichita, and it's like 63 and sunny in Texas today, and it's not 63 and sunny here.
It's Kansas, baby. Just snow, rain, maybe sunny, maybe you're gonna be wet, maybe you're gonna be cold. You never know. It's wild.
Yeah, but it's not snowing inside North Rock Lanes. Nice
Hopefully
and
not.
warm
That
in
would
here.
be bad.
Yeah. So how are you?
I'm good. I'm alive. It's snowing outside too. I got a first haircut in a year, so that's pretty sweet. Yeah, I know, right?
Nice.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Wow.
I tell
woman.
you, I think my favorite line of the week at the Kickoff Classic was when you did the post-match interview after that second show you made.
What did I say?
You said the first thing you said was it painful to watch? I mean, that's the best thing that anybody's ever said after a match, I think, in the history of bowling. I mean, it's just, I saw the vlog afterwards. I know you're upset after, because it's embarrassing. Like you said, it's embarrassing but you've bowled 300 on TV. So now you've got the other end of it covered.
And then, yeah, see, now it's only in between. It can't be 150 anymore. It can't be 300. Now it's be like good scores, right? From now on. I just wanted to let it out, earlier in the tour.
But I'll tell you, the way you handle it is awesome. Don't ever change that.
Really? I thought I was a mess. I cried in the locker room, for God's sake. I was just sitting there like, baby. I'm a baby.
It's TV, man. It's crazy. Weird stuff happens.
Oh, I have to do the tradition that I set up on myself every time we do those logs. Are we all wearing pants today?
Yes.
Yes.
I
Okay, good. Here.
I can't do it. Here.
I can. Aaron, it's your turn.
It's my turn.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
No pants is not advisable when it's snowing outside.
I am at the office
true.
as well, so that would be awkward if I wasn't. But we got.
Nice.
Very good. Very good. One of these days, you're going to catch one of us without.
That's my goal. That's my goal.
Yeah.
Every time, just Jonah. Every time you're gonna be back. We're today, so be ready.
My bet's on Matt Cannizzaro being the one.
Well, that could be.
Can't wait.
Matt's usually working from home, so that's a little more relaxed. It is the weekend though, so I felt the jeans were appropriate. But yeah, if this was midweek, I would be a full dress code, slacks, and all that good stuff. But
I got my Francois Lavoie skinny khakis on.
Dope.
Yeah,
I got $9 from Walmart.
Figure I'm in Wichita, so you gotta wear the Frankie outfit, right?
Dude, yes, he always looks good. So I bet you look good too.
Well, I'm getting down. I'm not quite his svelte. I mean, he is svelte. He is in shape. But for a 48-year-old, middle-aged guy that doesn't exercise, I'm getting close. Getting there. Doing my best.
You're looking great.
Thank you. Thanks to your friend Valerie.
I know. She's really good.
Our friend. You look great too, by the way.
Oh, thank you. I try.
Yeah, and you bowled great. I mean, I'm sure all the work you're putting in is paying off with your bowling, right?
Yeah, thank you.
I know you still remember that last game you bowled. You're only as good as the last game you bowled, right? On TV. But keep making TV and good things will happen.
It was my half 300 TV appearance. I had a 300 and now I have a half 300, okay?
You don't want your career TV average to get too inflated.
Yeah, like we don't want to expect great things from you, yeah, she can bowl on 50 on TV too. Like she's fine.
Yeah, for when we have those handicap TV average tournaments, you don't want your average to be too high.
No. Plus, it will leave the other people guessing. Will she bowl 300 against me today or 150? You never know.
The element of surprise.
Well, it's nice to see you. I'm gonna go try to eat a salad right now. Yes. What would you? Anything.
If you see Coach L, can you smack him for me?
Okay.
Just slightly tap and be like, Dasha wants to say hi. I'm just kidding.
My strategy is definitely to mention where it's coming from first before I slap him, and then I'll do it.
He'll know. And say hi to Holly Harris too and Coach V if you see them. I miss them a lot.
I will do that. Yes. And I'll be back if you guys need me for anything. I'm going to go eat a salad.
Go eat a salad.
Get that fuel, JT.
Yes.
Have fun.
All right, there we go. Jason Thomas hopping in for the excitement, talking PWBA tour here. Dasha, we'll bring it back to North Rock and Wichita Lane, or North Rock and Wichita, Kansas. There we go. I don't think Wichita Lanes is a place, but there should be. That sounds like a cool place for a bowling center. But obviously, this venue where these competitors are competing at today, a place you became very familiar with during your time as a member of the Shockers, and then even a couple years afterwards, staying in Wichita as well. Talk a little bit about just kind of walking into North Rock Lanes, what it feels like. It's such a cool venue. So for the folks who have never been there before, tell them a little bit about it and why that place is so special to you.
It's just very welcoming atmosphere, and after a while, people just remember you, and they're like, "Oh, you're that Wichita State kid." Hi, and it's just always, it feels like a family center. Like you walk in and you immediately feel like, you're welcome, and you can go bowl, and you're treated nicely, and the bowling center's treated nicely. Brent is doing a really good job on that. Well, as far as I know, when I was there last time, it was pretty good. I don't know if anything changed, but I hope not. And the lanes are in really good condition. Look at those new, well, they're relatively new, but new art on the, the masking units. Like, it looks sick. And it's a very cool bowling alley. It always taken care of, and it always provides you with the stuff you need for a good practice. Also, the sides are really dry. I do remember that, because the first time I came to bowl in the North Rock, I threw my reactive ball up 6, and it went and hit the 7 pin. I was like, oh boy, this is going to be a fun practice.
Things to look out for sure. But yeah, that was actually something we had Stephanie Johnson on a little bit earlier today, and she mentioned that the masking units give it a nice sleek look as well. So and big shout out to Brent Bowers, of course, Frank and Kathy DeSocio as well for all the hard work, and the whole staff there always great. And of course, one of our recent events that we look forward to hosting again in 2021 is the USBC Queens, where you are still the defending champion, because we didn't have the event in 2020, but the 2019 win happened right here at North Rock. Obviously, that was a crazy fun experience. You mentioned Coach L, Coach V, Holly. They were all in the stands watching that game. You had the hometown support. Talk us back, just looking back at that TV show, the excitement of competing for your first PWBA Tour title in a major, and B, doing it in a place that's so close to home for you.
Well, first of all, I didn't bowl 150 on that TV show. Thank God. That would be even more embarrassing. And second of all, I just remember freaking out. My Brunswick bull reps, John Bercier and Chuck Gardner, like calming down. And then it kind of worked. Like, I was nervous, but then I saw them, and then I saw people in the stands who were rooting for me. Coach Al came up and gave me advice. Coach V gave me advice. Holly was there. My other friend Allie Tatro was there. A lot of my friends were there. And it was just it was pretty cool, because a couple of years ago before that, we had our college tournament in there. And we came in second. And I'm not sure if it was on the same lanes that we had a title match for Queens, but it would be cool if it was, because it was kind of like, it was my senior year, and we didn't come through, and it was a tough match, and a couple of years later, almost on the same lanes, I did win my first title, and I almost kind of felt that it was not only my win but our win from that year. Like, all of us kind of won that title with me, because it was a team effort. I don't know. It maybe sound weird, but that's what felt in the moment. That's what I felt in the moment. Kind of like North Rock giving back something. I don't know. It was really cool. It was. I can't talk right now. I'm getting emotional again.
No, that's the best part of it, and I think it's cool that you brought it back to that 2016 moment, because obviously that was a tough way to, as you mentioned, that was your final collegiate event at the home center, essentially, for Wichita State, one of them, and to come up short to a very good Weber team with a lot of players who now are part of the PWBA Tour as well. But it's cool that you brought it back to and I'm trying to think of the folks who were on that team. I know Sydney was part of that team. I think Laura Plaza.
Sydney, Holly, Laura, Christy, Ania, I think, was there. I feel so bad now.
But she's got pictures back there potentially.
I got pictures. I know Coach L was there. Does that count?
That certainly counts. I would hope he was there. Otherwise, he and I would have to have a talk. But yes, but it's so cool that you brought it back to kind of feeling that was that was a win for everybody to experience, because as a team, there's so much time and effort put into that moment.
Sierra was there. Right.
And Sierra, of course, yes, and junior gold champion that year as well, I think. But yeah, it's cool that you brought back to the players from that team and that group, and obviously you guys shared a lot of memories over the course of your collegiate career. Talk about kind of coming to Wichita State for the first time, that initial collegiate experience from you, coming from Ukraine. I'm not sure how much time you had in the States prior to kind of getting on campus and getting acclimated, but to tell us about kind of that experience, kind of starting to get comfortable with the collegiate experience. And obviously it's grown since then, but talk about that, just the initial few months of kind of taking in all the stuff that was going on at Wichita State.
Well, I was a mess because prior to that, I was never on my own. I was with my parents, and let's say I was not the best socially adaptable person. I was also very quiet. And if, all my seniors and juniors from that year are listening, I'm really sorry for all of that mess that I did, because I had no idea how to, act in a team environment. I was just always on my own, and it's been interesting to getting adapted to, But luckily, like some seniors like Allie Tatro and Holly Harris and Tanya and Jazzy and Melissa, and trying to remember everybody, I hope I don't forget, Kelsey, Helmick, they all helped me out, and they all took me in, even though sometimes I would forget to close the trunks of their car when I'm leaving, or sometimes I would leave a door open, or sometimes I wouldn't talk. Or I would roll my eyes even though I was thinking, but it looked like I was rolling my eyes. So they would be like, "Why are you rolling your eyes?" I was like, "I'm sorry. I am really sorry for all that." See, I'm getting painful flashbacks right now. Why are you opening this up again?
That's what I do.
But yeah, coaches were also different because just getting used to American game, it was very different. But I had a lot of people around who actually were patient with me and who believed in me and who made me talk more. And now they probably regret it, but here we are. Can't stop, won't stop. Yeah, I miss them. I miss Wichita a lot. I'm gonna cry on camera at some point today.
All right, we'll try not to do it on air, but we're going to continue to talk about Wichita. So that's
Okay.
I'm going to give you the heads up on that. So, and folks watching right now on BullTV.com, we are waiting for everyone across the house to finish up before we move into Game 4. So we'll be back on the lanes in just a moment with that. But Dasha, you talk so much about the coaches, and obviously when Jason was here, your fondness for Coach L, but. That's a big thing we've talked to players who have gone on to the professional level since collegiate bowling. Collegiate bowling has had a big impact on a lot of players. What were some of the biggest takeaways you had during that time from working with Coach Vatican, Coach Lewis, Coach Holly? What were some of the things that you implemented in your game during the collegiate years that are still things you focus on today as a PWBA tour player?
Definitely watching the people in front of you to see what's happening with the lane and with the transition, because in America lanes transition differently than in Europe, and just the way people bowl. I wasn't really familiar with the concept of transition until I came to college. So just watching the lane and seeing what the bowling ball does, what other person does, and adjusting myself accordingly to that was a really big lesson that I learned during college. And then mental game, well, as you know, it's not as strong as it used to be, but there was a time where it was very strong, and I was not as a mess as I am right now, but we're getting there. Some of the self-confidence exercises I probably need to do again. And I guess just spares. That spares are important. You got to pick up your spares, because if you don't pick up your spares, you can't make a good score. So I think that's that.
Absolutely. Spare shooting, a very important part of the collegiate bowling atmosphere, and something, we covered a lot of collegiate events last season, and that was a big thing. And I know that's something coaches preach for days and work on for days, but spare shooting seems to be the one thing that will be the big difference maker for a lot of teams, a lot of individuals throughout the course of a collegiate tournament and a collegiate season. So, when you talk about working on spares, what were some of the drills essentially that you would go through then and go through now to kind of just make sure everything is tip top when it comes to spare shooting?
I would typically go to my favorite drill that pisses me off, but it's very good. You have so when I can set up the pins, I would set up a 10-pin and a 7-pin, and I would go 10 in a row for a 10-pin and 10 in a row for a 7-pin. And if I miss, I would start all over until I get to. Oof! How many times I wanted to smash my head with the bowling ball because I would miss the 10th 10-pin, and I would have to start all over again. But you know what? That's how you get better. So you got to get through that frustration and try again until you get it. And if it's 2 hours, if it's 3 hours, if it's 5 minutes, whatever it takes,
I like that. That's and probably I believe probably a cool feature available at the student center where Wichita State bowled at as well. I'm guessing that's it begins with an R, but I can never remember the name of it.
Radigan Student Center. Shocker Sports Grilled and Lanes. Yeah.
I like it. That's an impressive name. It's got a bunch of different things going on there too. So it's got a grill along with bowling centers.
Hey, their food is good, okay, and they have cool pool tables. And I don't know if they changed anything, but after they remodeled the Radigan Student Center, that was cool to have a bowling alley like right on campus that can like help you do different things, and you can practice all the time, and it's just mind blowing.
Is it hard to find? I've never been able to actually find it on one of my trips to Wichita. I'll admit I haven't looked as hard as I should, but has there ever been, is it easy to find, or is it kind of tucked away on campus there?
It's just on the second, on the ground level of RSC, Radigan Student Center. It's like, as far as I remember, there are a couple of exits that you can get it into the Shocker Sports Grill and Lanes, but it's across the court. There's just stairs, you take them down, and then you walk in, and then there is bowling alley. It's not that hard to find, okay? You just have to try harder next time, because it's a cool place to visit.
I do want to check it out at some point. So I know I'll be back in Wichita for some tournament, but I need to have the full initiative to go. But now that's easy to get to. That's always a big thing. We visited with Liz Culkin last season when we were in Lincoln to find the Nebraska practice facility, and that one was tucked away, hidden, and I had no idea where we were at. I wasn't sure where Liz was taking us, but we were able to find it eventually. So that was my main concern, was that it was just tucked away somewhere and couldn't find it. So that's good to know, though. I'm glad it's readily accessible. Do I have to be a student to go in there?
No, you would just have to park at the visitor parking space instead of student parking space, because otherwise you're gonna get in trouble. I did that once.
I don't want to get in trouble.
Yeah, no, don't want to get in trouble. Because we have police on campus as well. There's like a police building. It's cool, but also kind of terrifying.
We're learning so much about Wichita State today. I like it. Dasha, you mentioned the food's good there. I'm going to bring it back. I asked this question a little bit earlier. Favorite thing to order at AJ's here at North Rock Lanes? What's the top dish there for you?
I think it's either the barbecue chicken pizza or a chicken Caesar wrap or chicken bacon ranch wrap with waffle fries.
Oh, the waffle fries are good there. Yeah. I like the waffle fries a lot there. All right, folks, you heard it here first. Waffle fries, barbecue chicken pizza. I like it.
But also healthy snacks.
Of course, healthy snacks. And that's a big part of the collegiate experience as well. And something, you get to see not necessarily from this view, but, when you're at a collegiate event, you know how important staying active through these long days can be. And I know for Wichita State, I know Sydney's mom always had cookies and all these goodies for us that she would share with Emil and I, which we were very always appreciative of. But talk about it as a competitor, kind of keeping yourself going, keeping yourself fueled throughout the course of a block like this. 5 traditional games is going to last you about 6-7 hours sometimes. What's the best way to kind of keep going throughout the course of that? So as an athlete, you're not losing energy, not losing, the stamina to make the best shot time and time again.
Definitely stay hydrated and snack whenever you can, just to kind of make sure that you're not running on fumes. But in my personal experience, I would avoid salty snacks because they make your hand blow up a little bit because of salt. Well, for me at least. So just stay maybe like, I don't know, if you have carrots. Sugar is good, but not a lot because it will burn out faster, and then you would experience a very high, but then after it burns out, you kind of go, and then you're not as energetic anymore. My favorite snacks is bananas because they coat your stomach, and it's kind of like they give you a good fulfillment feeling, and it can last longer. Like bananas, apples, chocolate chip cookies.
Also, always a great choice. I'm a big fan of the chocolate chip cookies, but probably not the best overall. But okay, I'm going to work that into my live stream routine a little bit more. I often find myself poorly planning for my food throughout the course of a block, so I got to get better on that. So we'll talk about that another time. But as we kind of wait for Game 4 to start here, obviously the excitement of the Kickoff Classic Series. Now last month, since we're already into February, April will be here before we know it. Talk about some of the things you're going to be working on in preparation for the PWBA Tour coming up in the next couple of months.
Well, Coach L, after I bowled, he gave me a couple of advices. Poor man had to be on the call for an hour with me just to talk to me out of hating myself for bowling bad. So he needs a medal. Can somebody deliver him a medal in the North Rock, please? Tell him it's from me. But he gave me a couple of pointers to work on my push away, because sometimes my push away does not go where I want it to go. It just goes somewhere else, and then, well, you see on the lane, my ball goes completely opposite direction where it intended to go. So I'm going to work on that, and then after that fantastic match that I had with 150 game, I asked Shannon O'Keefe for some advice, and I think I'm going to incorporate the breathing technique that she told me about in my pre-shot routine. And I briefly tried it out last week. And obviously I need to try it out more to get my routine, but it seemed to help bringing concentration back to myself rather than to being anxious and worrying about everything and anything around me. So I'm going to be working on that, my mental game, a little bit of my physical game, and spares.
And spares. It always comes back to spares. I like that part of it. The push away is interesting, and for a lot of folks, that's essentially what kicks off the approach for folks, and making sure that's in time, and as you mentioned, the path of the swing going in the correct way leads to so many important things later on throughout the course of the approach. So when things are good with your push away, what are you focusing on? What are you seeing that has led you to so much success so far?
When things are good with my push away, I'm not focusing on it because I don't need to worry about it. Then. Yeah. So usually it just goes straighter. I don't know. It goes where I want it to go. And then the ball goes where I want it to go. That's when it's good. When it's bad, it goes that way, and then my ball goes. And sometimes it helps, but sometimes it doesn't. You clearly all saw when it doesn't. Everybody saw it. I'm gonna live on that memory for a long time now, but I'll get over it eventually. In a couple of years, we'll be fine.
A couple of years, all right. We'll be ready for that moment too. But okay, But yeah, that's a good thing for folks to consider. And I think for a lot of folks, when you're trying to work on a few different things in your game, once you start focusing on too many things, it probably becomes, you're trying to micromanage every little movement that you're doing up there. So I think that's a good piece of advice to, when things are going well, you're not necessarily worrying about that particular aspect of it because it's doing the right thing. But yeah, if you start thinking about two or three different things all in the matter of those few seconds on the approach, from start time to release time, that probably gets a little tough to kind of control it all.
Yep. Usually it's only like one or two things and before you start the approach. Because once you start the approach, you kind of have to let your body do its thing because it knows what it's doing since you've been doing it for so long. And like if you really want to focus on something, I usually focus on my balance position because it has to be, stable and it has to be good in order for execute the release correctly and repeat it correctly. So if I need to focus on something, it would probably be the balance position and looking at my target, but just not micromanaging. Ooh, okay, this is the step. Now I have to push. Now it goes back. Now it goes to the front. Now I do this. And then your ball is in the gutter and you're like, wow, why? How did that happen?
We do not want it in the gutter for sure. So that's some great pointers up there as well. Folks, we are pretty close to moving into game 4. Looks like one of our final pairs is wrapping up. So all teams will begin their move to the next lane to the right. Very shortly, Baker and Iowa Central will be up next here on our featured pair lanes 23 and 24 at North Rock. And Dasha, we've had you on for a little more than a half hour now. Are you cool with sticking on for a little bit longer, or you got some place to run off to?
Today.
All right, we'll chat with you for a little bit more, then we'll let you enjoy the rest of your Saturday. But we definitely appreciate the time coming over here to watch some college bowling, enjoy the sounds and sights of the collegiate atmosphere, a very memorable one. If someone has never experienced the collegiate atmosphere, it's pretty fun to watch just an event take place. And a thing that a lot of folks mention is that if you're going to watch a collegiate event, you need to come prepared. You need some type of tiny ladder, step stool. You need a periscope, or you need to be about 7 feet tall because all the players stand up at the line. So unless it's a raised place like North Rock is, it sometimes becomes tough to watch. But what's going on there when a team is talking about all that? Everyone's standing up. They're basically at the end of the approach, waiting for high fives, waiting for information. Talk about kind of the process that you guys would go through at Wichita State in getting prepared throughout the course of that time, and why it's so important for everyone to be right there to get the information.
So since you're bowling like one shot in every 15 minutes, and there are 10 people who are bowling in front of you, and you only have limited practice time. So and to see what's happening with the lane, to see the transition, is crucial to be right there in the moment and catch that. But sometimes when you're bowling, you don't see it, but your teammates do. So that's why it's very important for everybody to be around and just kind of share the information, make sure that the adjustments are made, and just so that you can go there and get a strike or get a good shot, and the next person can read off you too. And it's just nice, sometimes you make a really bad shot and you turn around and there are people who are looking at you and who are still like, yeah, it's okay, like you get them next time, girl. And you're like, oh, you know what, I don't feel that bad anymore. It's just good support too.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm emotional again.
Now, looking back at those great Wichita State teams you were a part of, who's kind of the best note taker, kind of person to deliver the news as far as I know a lot of responsibility falls on the leadoff player in those positions. Who is kind of the premier leadoff player for those Wichita State teams, and kind of setting the pace as a leadoff player, but also delivering that information about this was a great shot, but it 4 pins. So this is the move we have to make as a team. All that communication, very important. Who was kind of that catalyst for those teams?
Yeah, Aaron, why are you doing this to me? I'm trying really hard to remember who was the leadoff player. And I feel so bad right now. I think sometimes we would have Sydney in my senior year as a leadoff player. Sometimes it would be Christy Lopez. It really depends on the pattern and who matches up. I was never the leadoff player because my first shots were usually pretty bad. But in my last 2 years, my junior and senior year, I think our team communication was pretty well because we did we had a variety of girls who played different parts of the lanes differently, but we could all kind of still make it work even though we all played our own thing, you know? And I think it's pretty cool because we had Laura who could hook the entire lane. We had Holly Ann Johansson who would just stand there and throw it really fast, really strong, and get those fiery strikes that would, you know, help us all feel better about ourselves. And we had Sydney who was very soft at the bottom and who would usually see the lane pretty well. And Christy who would also be pretty straightforward. And then we had me who was a mess but made it work anyway. So I don't know how that happened. And I was just we had Sierra, we had Noah, we had a lot of girls. We had Caitlin Tam, who was also pretty straight, who was also Brunswick. And then we had my junior year, we had Tanya, we had Holly, we had Allie, we had Brianna, and we had Heather. We had a lot of good people. We had Kelsey, Alyssa Sobolik, Jadriel, and so also see, I'm going down memory lane. I'm trying to remember, and all these girls were really good at communication. Even though sometimes it was tough, but we would always have those moments after the tournament where we would be like, "All right, what went wrong?" and we'd always try to fix it. And I just, I don't know. I really appreciated all of them. If I don't remember, I'm sorry. I'm old.
No, that's a big part of the collegiate experience as well as obviously teammates come and go throughout the course of that just because of that's how college works with 4 years of eligibility and all that is that players are in and out and you know you cross paths with players depending on when they're junior or senior or when they come in and when you're an upperclassman. So those things certainly happen. But yeah, it's cool to hear the camaraderie. I always enjoy hearing those stories and you know the connections made through college bowling has definitely shown itself as well. You know, looking at the PWBA tour now and seeing the players who had success at similar times still finding success and having a good time out there on tour as well. So I think it really all kind of comes back around to some of the power and some of the coolness of collegiate bowling kind of making that happen.
Yeah, and it's also, remember, we also have Tanya. I'm sorry. See, I remember a person. It's also cool to see them on the professional tour because, you know, you kind of know what they're doing, even though their game can be changing, but you still kind of know what they're doing from college. So, like, sometimes me and Sydney, we would just be like, oh, what did you see on that pair? And she'll be like, yeah, this is what happened. I was like, okay, this is what happened to me. And we would talk it out and we would go and bowl hopefully a good game. And it's just, it's just cool. Or me and Tanya, sometimes she would help me. And or me and Jazzy. It's like they're just real Tam, sorry. I get excited when I talk about my college experience. I miss it. It was a really cool learning time for me, and I would probably not trade it for anything, you know. Even though sometimes it was tough and people were tough with me, and I'm trying to say good words, not bad cussy words, while describing myself during college time. So I was not the greatest at the times, but it was still a really, really cool experience.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. And you didn't use any bad words either. So there you go.
I was trying, I almost said one, but I wouldn't like, no, this is a family-friendly channel.
That's right. Family-friendly content here on Bowl TV. So that's what we're all about, the Mid-States Championships. But it's no, all that stuff was great. You know, hearing the experiences, having it come to the tour as well, kind of coming full circle with all of that. You know, you talked about you know, just the great experiences in general. Tell us about maybe a favorite tournament experience or just a memorable trip with the Shockers. You know, one of them that really I'm sure there are plenty, but one of your favorite stories is kind of look back on from your collegiate days that's still something when you see your teammates, you'll still joke about today.
Well, my teammates usually joke about me not talking and having beautiful bags my first year of college, and then how I always forget, close their trunk of their car. But I think my favorite is Hoosier Classic is my favorite tournament because it was extremely hard. And my favorite experience that I had on, I'm going to be a little selfish here, during the Hoosier Classic when on a trip from bathroom to our lane, I tripped over a bowling bag, fell down, and sprained my ankle. And I was the anchor of the tournament, and we were about to go into the match play. So here I am waddling to Coach Hale, and he looks at me, he's like, "What did you do?" And I said, "I fell down and I'm hurting." He's like, "Great. That was very good." And I was like, "Oh, he's gonna murder me later today." But couple of painkillers and ice bag and willpower, and we made it through, and I still stayed anchor, and I think we won. It was great. That was my favorite story.
I like it. That's a unique one. There you go. That's what college bowling is all about. So, and I think you guys did get to autograph a few of those masking units at the Hoosier from the events we covered. So that's definitely one of the big moments I think of the regular season for sure is kind of seeing who's going to make it through not only that tournament, but all the tough patterns that Mr. Hoagland likes to throw up there and the craziness he comes up with. But that moment at the end, getting to see the team kind of come together, have their moment with the masking unit, and get to see it from essentially every year on out.
Oh, yeah. About those masking units, I was responsible for big lettering on it, and I misspelled Wichita. I wrote down Wichita at first, and they were like, "Dasha, why did you do that?" I was like, "I'm sorry." So we had to correct it really quick, but it was embarrassing. I was like, "Oh, sorry."
All right. JT and I are going to be there in 2 weeks for the Hoosier Classic, so I'm going to try and find that one to see if I can see the cleanup job on that.
Once you know.
I think the interesting thing with collegiate bowling and the Hoosier Classic is how tough in general the patterns are. I think that's probably a big transition for a lot of players coming into the programs for the first time. Maybe not so much now with so many more events and so many more opportunities for to compete on tougher shots, but I can imagine over the course of your PWBA career now is that you've hit a few of those patterns that I'm sure brought you back to Hoosier Classic days with some of the things Nick does out there, where it's just like, I've seen this before and I still don't like it, but I'm going to find a way this time.
Yeah, just a couple of weeks ago, the Hall of Fame Classic, that one pattern, 43 feet, that definitely brought me to my Hoosier times because I felt the same rage that I felt back then. And yeah, like first couple of years of PWBA tour when I was just a baby PWBA person, I had no idea how to overcome those tricky patterns that they had it out. I was looking around and I was like, how do you put like 240 game on that? How do you do that when I'm here barely trying to get 170? And I remember my first US Open experiences. They're notorious for tough patterns. And me and my mom were just sitting there watching Liz Johnson strike. Here we are trying to hit the head pin on the fifth shot in the game. And we were like, how do you do it? And now I know. You just pray to Jesus. It works.
It's all about having multiple options there. But yeah, watching Liz at the U.S. Open is is always a great time, always a fun experience. And yeah, she does strike a lot there. I've noticed that as well over the years.
Interesting.
I think that brings up a good point though, for for these student athletes out there right now, potentially in a year or two, they'll be looking to join you on the PWBA tour, and there's going to be a transition period for everybody, kind of going out there experiencing it. Obviously, you got the ball reps out there, but maybe not necessarily the same team environment with, a coach right over your shoulder the whole time, having teammates like that. So what were some of the biggest learning moments for you moving to the PWBA tour that, may it took you a year or two to kind of figure out how to navigate and kind of get used to that compared to coming away from college bowling?
Well, definitely lack of the coach behind your shoulder. Definitely what was a learning experience. I needed to actually figure out what my bowling balls do and like the transition again, and just how to communicate with bowl reps because they didn't know me. I didn't know them. First time I saw Chuck, I was scared. I was like, this man hates me. Now we're best buds, right, Chuck? I know you're probably, I don't know if you're watching, but we are. I said it. People heard it. We're best buds now. You can't go back on that.
That's true.
And
That's
like,
out there now.
Yeah, it's different because they see the lane different, and even from you. So kind of taking what they say, putting it through your head, and figuring out how can you do it without breaking your game too much. That's important too. And then also watch the players because you can kind of pinpoint like what kind of game ball or speed you want to throw based on who is scoring well. So you can kind of like, okay, she's scoring well, so maybe be a little bit softer or get the ball that can kind of match that shape that she's doing, or she's throwing it straighter and it's working now. So maybe that's what I need to do too. So just basically be aware of your surrounding and your environment even more than you were in the college. Because yeah, it's not as long of a day and there's not as many people on the lane, but it still transitions pretty fast.
Mm-hmm.
So,
all right, some good stuff there, Dasha, as always. And we have a score update. JT has that rolling across the bottom of the screen, and your alma mater, Wichita State, leading right now, 3,008 for their 3-game total, 906, 1085, and 1017 for the Shockers. Build up about a 200-pin lead on the field. Midland at 2805, Oklahoma Christian at 2802, Newman at 2745, and Ottawa at 2724. Currently the top 5. So Wichita State doing Wichita State things right now, moving to the top of the standings.
I'm having feelings. I don't like it.
Going back to the days of Wichita State with Dasha Kovalova. That's what we're doing here right now on Bowl TV, folks, at the Mid-States Championships. Dasha, we'll keep you for about another 10 minutes or so. We'll let you. You got some practice coming up, and obviously it's Saturday, so a good day to go out and do things. But we definitely appreciate the time so far, and I think it's a cool opportunity now when you kind of look at. Especially looking at the history of Wichita State, obviously that program has created so many great bowlers who have gone on to bigger and better things on the professional level on the men's side and the women's side. And now you're part of that legacy on the women's side as a PWBA Tour champion, Queens champion. You've rolled a 300 on TV. Back to the intro once again, 30-minute intro we'll have at one point here. But, what does that mean to you now, kind of knowing that you're an inspiration to the Shockers that are part of this team right now, and, Shockers who who currently are 7-8 years old and will be part of the team, 10 years from now, you're still going to have your place among them as being one of those players who paved the way. So what does that mean to you, kind of having that, being part of that legacy now?
Oh, now that you put it that way, it kind of terrifies me. I don't know. I can't really look at myself as an inspiration to somebody because I have so much mess going on that I don't know. Maybe it's inspiring. Maybe just know that if you are a Shocker, future Shocker, if you want to be at Wichita State, or if you need advice, you can always contact me. Most likely I will reply to you in 10 to 20 business days because I'm bad at texting. But no, like if I'm just, I don't know if I can help, but if somebody needs help, I'm always happy to help whoever it is. Like if you need help with bowling balls, with tips, with you want to cry together, I'm always up for that, especially the crying part. I'm a crybaby. If you haven't figured it out yet, that's me. Hi. But yeah, I don't know. It's I really don't think about it that way, to be honest. I just work hard and hope something good happens. But, whew, terrifying.
Terrifying. We've hit that a few times here, so that's I feel that's a sign of a fun interview if we hit terrifying a few times. So there we go. No.
You're making me feel things today. I wasn't ready for it when I came here. I'm still not ready for it, but here we are. Maybe this is not even tea. You don't know what's in here. Nobody
This is
knows.
true. This is true. But Dasha, as always, we've appreciated the candid approach here to these questions and having a good time talking about college bowling, PWBA, kind of bringing everything together. Obviously, we can see on the shirt there the Brunswick crown. So I know a lot of exciting things. Yep, right there. We know a lot of exciting things are coming up for Brunswick. So a lot of new equipment coming out as well. So what are some of the bowling balls you're looking forward to throw next time we see you on the PWBA tour?
I want to throw the damn. Oh, can you say that word out here?
It's a proper name, so yes, you can.
Damn good word. I want to throw that, but not for the reasons that you guys think. Yes, it's a great bowling ball, but also it's purple and sparkly. I want to throw it because it's purple and sparkly. It is great. Also, I think the Obsession and Obsession Tour. I already bugged Eric Krause about drilling me those. I saw him and I was like, hey, I need those. And he's like, okay. I'm like, right now. No, but I'm very excited to throw those too. And then other things that I don't know which ones are released yet or not, so I can't really say much, but I'm just excited. It's being here in Muskegon and being around the closer than I was before. It's given me such a tremendous opportunity to just kind of be there firsthand and just throw a bunch of different stuff and figure out my arsenal. And I'm grateful for that. It's really cool. And I still don't know how they agreed for me to do that, but I'm just happy. Here's me being in my feelings again, because that's what we do today on this podcast. We're just making Dr. feel things. Thank you.
It's all about the feelings today. We're hitting it in the feels. So, but that's some good stuff. And definitely one of the things when I saw the Obsession for the first time, I know some folks are starting to post photos of it with like the sinister looking eyes on it. For some reason, I see that as a Dasha Kovalova future piece of artwork, just sometime in the future. So I'm not saying, but if it pops up, I'm looking forward to seeing that one. So it could be cool. But all right, Dasha. Well, we'll go ahead and let you. We'll stop the feelings tour here.
No, we can't stop the feelings tour.
It's started. The train has left the station, so the feelings will continue. But we do. We definitely appreciate the time here on Bowl TV today. It's always a blast to chat with you. So thank you for that. We took some trips down memory lane, had some laughs along the way. So we appreciate it. And just if there's anything else to say to the Bowl TV community before you head off, but just a big thank you for spending some time with us here today.
I don't know what I say. Be careful when Aaron asks you to do an interview, because then you're going to be a mushy mess for the rest of the day. And what am I supposed to do now? I'm here alone. Thanks, Aaron. I'm going to cry about it. No, it's really cool to be here and just talk about it and just promote things that I'm grateful for in my life. So I'm always up to that.
Yeah. All right, Dasha. Big thank you once again. I will try not to make anyone a mushy mess as well. But
you will.
I probably will, yes. But but thanks again for joining us here from the Mid-States Championships, and we look forward to seeing you back on tour in just a couple months.
Me too. Yes, let's go. All right. Thank you.
All right.
Bye.
Bye, Dasha. All right, folks, that was Dasha Kovalova joining us here. We are into game number 4 of 5 here in the women's day 1 of the Mid-States Championships taking place at North Rock Lanes here in Wichita, Kansas. My name is Aaron Smith with Bowl TV, and we are watching Baker and Iowa Central right now. on the lanes. Iowa Central in the blue and Baker University in the white jerseys. So we have, as we mentioned, a score update rolling across the bottom of the screen. We will get the individual standings as well. So we'll get those in just a moment. But once again, Wichita State, Midland, Oklahoma Christian, Newman, and Ottawa, your top five. Going a little bit farther down the standings, St. Ambrose 6th, West Texas A&M 7th, Baker 8th, Iowa Western Community College 9th, and Lincoln in 10th place. Individually, Madison Hansen from Wichita State has moved into the top overall spot with 650. She had 241 last game. Alexis Sledge, who led the first two games for West Texas A&M, she's in second at 641. St. Ambrose Hannah Jarrows in third at 633. Rebecca Locker, potentially Loker. So if anyone from Ottawa is watching and wants to confirm, she is in fourth place with 630. And then Sydney Hollinger from Wichita State rounds out the top five with 623. So that is our top five in the individual standings. Once again, looking at the all-tournament team overall for the 5 traditional games today. So, folks, we're going to go back to the action here behind lanes 23 and 24. Once again, a big thanks to all of our guests so far throughout the course of the day. Matt Russo, Lauren Pate, Dasha Kovalova, Stephanie Johnson, and Richard Paul III, Jason Thomas as well, chiming in from North Rock Lanes. He's on site making sure everything is up and running. So we appreciate all the hard work from JT this week. But we're going to go back to the action here. Game 4 of 5 in women's round 1. Traditional game block, 5 games. So one more game after this as well. But everybody sit tight, enjoy. We are rolling here at the Mid-States Championships on BowlTV.com. Hello again, everybody. Game 4 just about wrapped up here at North Rock Lanes in Wichita, Kansas for the 2021 Mid-States Championships, the first USBC collegiate event on Bowl TV here in 2021. My name is Aaron Smith with Bowl TV and USBC Communications, bringing you the action today along with Jason Thomas, who's actually on site at North Rock Lanes in Wichita, Kansas, making sure the cameras are running. We got 5 channels, technically 6, currently going. We have this one with commentary and the chat open, but we also have each individual pair of lanes available. We have 5 of them total. We're actually pulling this feed from lanes 23 and 24, but we have 15 and 16, 19 and 20, 23 and 24, 27 and 28, and 31 and 32 available on our bonus channels. For those of you who may be new to Bowl TV, if you're looking to find those throughout the course of the day, please be sure, if you're watching on a desktop or a laptop, below the video, you'll see a few different channel options with the red live button by them. They say MSC 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So MSC, Mid-States Championships. So you can kind of scroll through the different channels there, see the options. If you're on a mobile device, in the top right-hand corner, you'll see a little 4-box window pane that will take you to the channel navigation. We are, as we mentioned, getting toward the end of Game 4, so just one game left to go here for our women's traditional block of 5 games. So coming up next here on Bowl TV, we will be featuring Newman and Barton County Community College here on lanes 23 and 24, but looking across the house over on 15 and 16, which is MSC1, the Ottawa and Midland JV teams will be on the lane. So we also have 5 junior varsity teams along with the 15 varsity programs competing this week over on lanes 19 and 20, which is MSC2. Wichita State, who is our tournament leader after 3 games, will be bowling with Oklahoma Christian. As we mentioned right here on 23 and 24, Newman and Barton County Community College. Over on 27 and 28, which is MSC4, Baker and Iowa Central, who we're watching right now, wrap up. And over on MSC5, you will see Lincoln and Kansas Wesleyan wrap things up. Over on lanes 31 and 32 to conclude this block of competition, but overall, we're definitely not done for the day. So the men's 5-game block will be up later tonight. That's going to be approximate start time of 5:30 p.m. Eastern. So we will have a re-oil over at North Rock Lanes to get prepared for that. So with social distancing in place and attempting to keep everybody safe out there. Typically, this event has been hosted in 2 different houses in the Wichita area. So that's how it was in 2019 when we were last there in October of 2019. The men at one center and the women at another center. But keeping everything at the same center, keeping everything at North Rock this year. So that's very cool. And, of course, having the ability to have multiple squads, so the women will compete in the morning each day. The men will compete in the later afternoon into the night. So you get a good mix of the top men's and women's collegiate programs throughout the course of the country joining us for a little bit here today. So as we've mentioned throughout the course of competition, as we're going to go full screen here once again for the 10th frame, 5 traditional games today, 16 Baker games tomorrow. So 4 4-game Baker sets before teams will move pairs. Will determine, and total pinfall will determine from those 5 traditional 16 Baker games, will determine the champions here. So a little bit different format for the Mid-States as well. Looking back at the 2019 event, there was a bracket involved along with the essentially the qualifying games for the top 8. So that was certainly exciting to watch unfold back in 2019, but a little bit different format. Obviously, social distancing important in these situations. So they looked at a different way to run the event, but very thankful that the event is here and these competitors are getting to, for a lot of them, potentially bowl for the first time in nearly a year on the collegiate landscape. We talked to a few folks from Wichita State who have mentioned that this is, in fact, the first time the team has been on the lanes at a competition since right before sectionals in 2020. So a lot of excitement, a lot of anticipation for these athletes to get back out onto the lanes. And once again, it's just great to be back in the collegiate bowling environment. If it's something you haven't had the chance to experience, this year might be a little bit different throughout the pandemic, but it's a one-of-a-kind bowling experience that all bowling fans should experience in person at some time or another. So be sure to visit collegebowling.bowl.com to take a look at the full schedule for the rest of the 2021 season leading into the postseason. So the regular season going toward the end of March, followed by sectionals very quickly after that. And then the national championships, the ITC and the ISC in early May. So a lot going on there for these student athletes. A lot of bowling coming up in the next few weeks and weekends, but no place else they would rather be competing on the lanes, looking to put their teams in position to make a run at a national title. So that's been a fun discussion we've had with some folks over the course of today, welcoming in Matt Russo and Lauren Pate to the show, both of them winning national titles, Matt at Weber International and Lauren at McKendree, getting to experience that, and players who have been close to winning national titles, Dasha Kovalova, Stephanie Johnson, both very close during their collegiate days as well. Even a new player who's going to be looking to join those ranks, Richard Paul III from Wichita State, hopping on with us for a little bit earlier today. It was all great. A lot of good conversations just about college bowling in general, kind of experiencing the all aspects of it, looking at the recruitment time, looking at, kind of those first few months in that first semester, transitioning to college life from high school, getting used to hanging out with a new set of peoples in a new state, perhaps, for many competitors. Going away from home for the first time, kind of that experience, understanding and enjoying the college bowling family and community, a big part of it as well. So we've enjoyed kind of hearing those stories, hearing the journey of folks throughout their collegiate bowling path, and we will continue those throughout the course of this competition this week. So we're still looking to line up a few additional folks to join throughout the course of competition today and tomorrow. As we mentioned, the men's squad, 5:30 p.m. Eastern, kicking things off. And based off of what we're looking at here, it's going to be probably about close to a 6-hour block. So a lot of opportunities to chat and talk. We'll see about who we can wrangle up to talk college bowling and other things as well. Obviously, an exciting weekend for sports in general with the Super Bowl happening tomorrow, but we also got plenty of other bowling action going on. I know a few TV shows as well. So it's a good time to be a bowling fan and checking things out. But, looking ahead on the Bowl TV schedule, we're off next weekend, but we'll be back with the Hoosier Classic. That's going to be, we talked about the new experience here, the Mid-States Championships, as we wrap up Game 4. The Hoosier Classic is going to look different in 2021, but it's going to be great regardless. Once again, a great turnout. Plenty of teams going to be making their way to the Indianapolis area. 2 centers this year. That's going to be a new aspect of it. Essentially 4 tiny tournaments in one weekend. It's going to be pretty cool. So it's going to be a fun, exciting time for all those involved. I'll be right here on Bowl TV. So Baker's going to finish up at 9-12. They were a little bit farther back in the standings. Let's see if we can pull those up again real quick. They were in 8th place, so 9-12, on par with what they shot last game. They were 9-20 last game, so they've bounced back. They've gotten comfortable on this 43-foot pattern. You see Iowa Central. They got the jazz hands working there. The 221 finish. We're going to be at 891. So Iowa Central was back in 11th place. Had a nice 961 in Game 3. So fell back a little bit here in game number 4, looking to make their way into the top 10. Once again, Wichita State out in front at the moment here at the Mid-States Championships, up by about 200 pins after 3 traditional games. The Shockers creating some distance between them and the rest of the field. But let's see how we're looking across the house. Maybe we can grab some additional coverage. See who's got a few frames left. Looks like we're just about done. 27 and 28. Looks like let's go over to 15 and 16. We mentioned Wichita State. They are the tournament leaders, so we will go ahead and check them out here. In just a moment, so everybody hang tight. We'll take a look into the Bowl TV studio for a quick second. There it is, but not for too long. We're not going to be here too long, so we're just switching the pairs. Going to check out lanes 15 and 16 here and go full screen in just a second there. There we go. So getting ready for the 9th frame, Wichita State joined by Oklahoma Christian, who sits in 3rd place overall. For OCU, 849, 974, 979. And for Wichita State, 906, 1085, big 1085 in game 2, and 1017 to get on the right side of plus, if you will, heading into game number 4. We are getting ready for frame number 9 and get a full look at a few of the lineups. Oklahoma Christian is going to be on the left lane for the 9th frame. However, they're the right team on the scoreboard, so the arrow's pointing the right direction there for each team. So our first look at Wichita State up on 16 to the right. Taking a look at the individual standings right now, Wichita State with 3 players in the top 6. Madison Hanson leading overall after 3 games at 650. Sydney Hollinger in 5th place at 623. And then at 620, Madison Janik. The top 3 performers so far for Wichita State. For Oklahoma Christian, they have 2 players in the top 11 through 3 games. Morgan Pelkey in 7th overall at 618. And then Sarah Young in 11th place for OCU at 605. So a couple players averaging more than 200 for Oklahoma Christian. And as we get into frame 9. Once again, similar to what we saw with the NCAA event last weekend here on Bowl TV, that was the Prairie View A&M Invitational. Teams are all moving together once again to make sure everyone's kind of keeping social distance in mind. So essentially waiting for all teams to finish game 4 before everyone moves over to the next pair of lanes and settles into game 5. So as we kind of look around the house, we see some pairs already complete on our featured channel. So that's what's going on there. Once again, this event, the oil pattern was not revealed. It will be given to competitors and coaches and fans alike after the conclusion of the event. But we do have details: 43 feet in length, 31 mils for the volume. So a little bit of length and a whole lot of volume for these competitors this week. So even though we're into game 4, still keeping fairly straight angles to the pocket. We had Jason Thomas on a little bit earlier. He was talking about how essentially 10 is your gutter here. If you're getting the ball past that, probably not going to be making it back. It won't go in the gutter there unless it's really off. But you're going to be leaving yourself some type of combination without hitting the head pin, maybe a washout. If it does manage to get back, some type of 210 combination, which is not so fun to shoot at. So it'll be interesting, especially if I'm not 100% sure if the men are on the same pattern. I believe it typically works like that, so they'll have that base information as well. But we'll see the rev rate come up a little bit during the men's squad, so it might be interesting to see where they start on the pattern, and essentially how much they can open it up and how far left they'll get on that much volume. So that'll be interesting to kind of view throughout the course of the competition coming up a little bit later tonight. As we get into our final few frames here of Game 4. Wichita State, though, in position to put together another nice game. Obviously, we mentioned with a few of the folks who have joined us that Wichita State program very familiar with North Rock Lanes, so essentially a home event for the Shockers, as well as Newman University, and potential to add some strikes here in the 10th, and for the players working on doubles or better heading into the 10th. So the max score potential is going to be out there. Let's run that down real quick for Wichita State. So if my math is correct, still 11:40 out there this game, which not knowing what everyone else is doing across the house right now. Already a 200 pin lead on the field. This essentially could give them a whole bunch of breathing room in relation to locking up a title here at the Mid-States Championships. It's definitely one of the things, when looking at an event with total pinfall, if you're able to get ahead early, a little less pressure during those Baker games tomorrow. So we'll see how much of or how strong of a finish we can see here from Wichita State, and looking to create even more distance between them and the rest of the field. Once again, heading into this game, it was about 200 pins, the difference between first and second. So really an opportunity to open things up for the Shockers. As they look at the 16 Baker games tomorrow. Taking a look at the standings from the 2019 event, Wichita State was the number 3 seed overall. But as we mentioned, a bracket was in place last year. So Kansas Wesleyan actually made their way through the bracket to collect the victory. They were the final team to advance. They started off their bracket match by defeating St. Ambrose. It was a best of 5, so they won that 3-2. Then they took on Central Missouri, won that to advance to take on Wichita State. So the Shockers looking for some redemption as well. Kansas Wesleyan winning the program's first Tier 1 title last year with a sweep in the final match, 3-0. So that's the recap from the 2019 event. Tenth frame now underway. Lanes 15 and 16. This is also MSC1 on your channel navigation. So essentially for this main station here, we bring in other feeds that are available on bulltv.com. So that's what we're doing. That's how we're able to have guests and remote commentary as well. So that's kind of the lay of the land here as we look ahead to the rest of competition here at the Mid-States Championships for both rest of today and tomorrow. Big shout out to the staff and tournament directors and programs for hosting this event. Once again, a joint effort from Newman University and Wichita State in hosting this week. Of course, the Always Kind North Rock Lanes in Wichita, Kansas, one of the top facilities in the nation. Big shout out to Frank and Kathy DeSocio. Of course, our good friend Brent Bowers, Mr. 899, in being a part of this great event, this history, 61st edition of the Mid-States taking place this year. Of course, a big shout out to the coaches and student athletes as well. No fans in attendance today, but I'm sure a lot of folks watching and cheering on right here through Bowl TV. Miscue there on the single pin for Wichita State is going to lower that max score, but still a lot out there for Wichita State as they still have two players working on doubles here to set up the 10th frame. Nice 5-10 conversion off to the side there on 19 and 20. Big thank you to everyone joining us here on Bowl TV as well. Appreciate the comments in the chat. Hello, Sean. Thank you for joining us last week. I know you guys are busy again. Hopefully, a good weekend for you and the Warhawks this week. Of course, Chris joining as always. Amy cheering for the Shockers. So we appreciate the comments. Keep them coming. We'll do our best to answer them, or we will ask of JT to talk to someone as well if we need to get some more information as well. But that's what we're all about here. Hopefully getting some information for you, enjoying college bowling, talking bowling, having some chats with good folks, and just celebrating the return of bowling in 2021 as well. So a lot going on, but we're excited to be back and here on Bowl TV for the 2021 collegiate season. talked about past ITCs and ISCs being held here at North Rock Lanes, and this venue has been a great friend to bowling just in general. We talked a little bit earlier today about with Dasha Kovalova about winning the Queens here in 2019. The Women's Championships, the 100th edition, was also held at North Rock Lanes in 2019. A great experience overall. Lauren Pate won the doubles in the Diamond Division at that event, her first Women's Championships. So a pretty cool moment and story for that. But looking at the history of so many great events, both on the men's and women's side. Queens telecast the U.S. Open in 2018, one of my favorite shows of all time. Don Barrett winning that one in dramatic fashion on Halloween, with the bold strategy of having Thriller and the theme song from Ghostbusters as his strike songs. It's definitely a memorable event, a good one to watch, a great one to kind of take in about. We talked about transition with Dasha a little bit about how quickly it happens on tour. And if you want to see bowling ball progression, go back and watch the 2018 U.S. Open TV show. Don Barrett, I believe, went through 4 or 5 bowling balls over the course of the block, playing pretty direct to start, opening up his angles, and eventually securing the slimmest of victory over Jacob Buttriff, courtesy of a knocking over a 6-pin on a 4-6 leave. But it's super fun to watch the progression that Dom makes, reading his ball reaction throughout the course of that particular stepladder finals. Some great matches just in general on that one. Chris Prather's on that one. EJ Tackett as well. Marshall Kent too. So the EJ Dom match, an all-timer. The Chris Prather match took some twists and turns. And then, the finale against Jacob Buttriff there, who had led that tournament by a ton, was pretty exciting as well. So, that's a great thing to check out if you have never had the opportunity to see it. But that took place right here at North Rock Lanes in Wichita. So the bowling history runs deep, and it's pretty cool too when you kind of look at the venue itself. They certainly celebrate that history and that tradition. When you kind of look at everything from on the low end of the house, they have essentially a small bar area with a bunch of the winning photos of national tour events that have been held there over the years, with Frank and Kathy and Brent in them, as well as the hosting proprietors and general managers. Right when you walk in, there's a trophy case. It has Open Championships Eagles. It has the bowling balls used by Dom at the U.S. Open. There's just so much cool stuff throughout the course of just walking through North Rock Lanes, appreciating the history that this center has brought us over the years. So if you're ever in the area, certainly check it out. Taking a little bit of bowling history, Wichita State finishes up with 1050 that game. So their third consecutive game north of 1,000. So they are cruising right along here at the moment, finding their stride on this 43-foot condition. Oklahoma Christian, it looks like 828. So they were in third heading into this game. So we'll see if that affects them in this overall standings. But once again, game 4 in the books, game 5 coming up. As soon as we have an update on scores, we will get those out to you as well. Let's see if we got any other bowling going on at the moment. Sounding pretty quiet, but there's still some distinct pinfall in the background.
Athletes, that is the completion
there's
of
the
day
announcement.
number 4. You are free to move to your next pair. A couple announcements as we go into our 5th and final game. At the completion of this game, please take your equipment to your paddock area behind your designated lanes. There are signs for your school. Please make sure that you condense your areas, as the gentleman coming in this afternoon will also be using these same areas.
So announcements going on right now, as we can see players beginning to move across the course of the center. So we're going to go ahead and hop back into the Bowl TV studio for just a moment. We'll go back to 23 and 24, where we've been presiding for most of the day to see the next group of athletes. So we are back there right now. As I believe we're going to see. Who are we going to see? We're going to see Newman and Barton County CC. So Newman, one of our tournament hosts this week, and Barton County CC, and we potentially have an update from, maybe not, from Jason Thomas. I saw him there for a second. He might be preparing for the excitement next of getting the scores updated. So, folks, we will patiently wait for Game 5 to start, the final game here of our women's block here in Day 1, 5 traditional games, and then the men will be on the lanes approximately 5:30 p.m. Eastern, 4:30 local time for their 5-game block. So, of course, a nice full day of bowling here on bowltv.com. That's what we're all about. So one more to go here before we have a predefined picture of what's going to be heading into tomorrow's competition with 16 Baker games left to go. So one more to go for the women's teams. The men's teams will be on the lanes a little bit later today. So, folks, we're going to step away for a quick second. Get ready for Game 5 here at the Mid-States Championships in 2021 on bowltv.com. All right, everybody. Game 5 time, Mid-States Championships Women's Day 1. Final game underway here. We have Newman and Barton County CC. Barton's going to currently be stepping up on the left lane with Newman on the right lane. But be sure to follow the arrows up top to see who is going where. We do have an update on standings. You can see that rolling beneath the right at the bottom of the screen there. Big thanks to Jason Thomas, JT, doing the hard work getting those updated for you. But let's go ahead and read those off for you and kind of let you know the lay of the land here as we have just one more to go here in the women's block. We'll go back to full screen for this, but Wichita State, as we expected with that big 10-50 in game number 4, did increase its lead, but it's still not too crazy big yet. 4,058, so they are 58 pins. You see the plus 58 there. 58 pins above the 200 par mark so far through 4 games. And they have about a 200 and we'll call it 40, 50 pin lead right now against Midland. Midland with 1,008 in game 4. So a nice bounce back after they had 861. So still an opportunity here for Wichita State to create some additional distance and put themselves in great shape heading into Baker. But Midland trying to hang around, hoping to finish strong to make it a little bit closer. They're at 38-13. So 4,058 first, 38-13 second. West Texas A&M shot 1,010 in game number 3 to move up in the standings. They are now in third place, 36-96 ahead of St. Ambrose, who also jumped the Fighting Bees in 4th place, 36-70. In 5th place, Ottawa, 36-38. So kind of 3, 4, 5, all pretty close there. As is 6th Oklahoma Christian. We talked about them. They were 3rd last game, but just mustered up 828. So they fell back a little bit. But 3rd through 7th, all pretty close. Or 3rd through 6th, all pretty close. Just 66 pins separating those 4 squads. Newman University on our feature pair currently is at 35-83 in 7th. Baker, 35-34 in 8th. Iowa Western, 35-01 in 9th. And Iowa Central CC rounds out the top 10 at 33-83. So we mentioned Newman currently on our featured pair there in 7th place. And then Barton CC is in 11th place, first team out of the top 10, just 30 pins back of the top 10 at 33-53. Taking a look at individual standings. With 2:37 in game 4, Alexis Sledge of West Texas A&M moves back into the lead. She was the leader after games 1 and 2, dropped to second in game 3, but back on top of the standings here after 4. 878 her 4-game total, just a couple pins under a 220 average, 219.5 so far with 1 game left to go. So we'll see if Alexis can keep it strong and hold on to that top spot. Wichita State 2nd and 3rd in the individual standings. Sydney Hollinger and Madison Janik went 225 and 227 respectively last game, and they are pretty close overall, 848 and 847 in 2nd and 3rd. So just 30 pins back and 31 pins back of the individual lead. Looking at 4th place, Marissa Kieran from Iowa Western CC. Has been pretty steady today. 190, 212, 204, and then 221 to move into the top 5 for the first time. She's in 4th at 827. And then Midland University's Macy Nemchek rounds out the top 5. She had 213 last game to get to 824. In 5th place, a total of 8 players averaging better than 200 who have bowled in all 4 games right now. So definitely the ability to strike on this 43-foot condition. As we've seen, definitely some oil out there, as we alluded to once or twice. 43 feet the length and 31 mils the volume. So a lot of volume out there. So essentially part of the, not too many folks trying to navigate the outside part of the lane. But we are in game 5. We've had some bowling balls beat up the pattern a little bit. So we're going to sit back and enjoy the rest of game number 5 here. If we get some folks to join us here, we will certainly bring them into the chat, talk about collegiate bowling as well. But right now, Newman and Barton County CC bringing us home here for women's competition day one here at the Mid-States Championships. All right, everybody. Game 5, Mid-States Championships, women's block. Just about wrapped up here. Final game currently underway across the house. We're going to bring Jason Thomas back in live from North Rock to give us a quick update. So, JT, hello once again.
I always wanted to be live from here. I am.
There you are.
I just wanted to. We talked a little bit earlier about where we thought the lanes would transition versus the 5 games today. Just thought Wichita State taking one of their frames. Obviously, they're the one to watch because they're leading by over 200 pins. But they've got a couple lefties in the squad, and they're playing basically right up 10, pointing it. And if they miss a little bit left of that, it's a bucket or a washout. So it's very, very similar to how the right-handers started. And then Madison Janik, who is bowling very well today, 3rd place overall in the singles individual competition. She is playing about 18 at the arrows. She's crossing 18, getting down to about 10, 11. And if she misses right of that, it has no chance. And if she misses left of that a little bit, the ball will ship up. But nobody's playing left of 4th arrow, and if they are, it's not a good idea. But they really haven't broken down all that much. the track is starting to hook just a bit, and so some of the ladies that were pointing it up 10 earlier today, if they haven't moved their feet and they just left now that ball's going high, or Brooklyn, but it's not like they're having to migrate, fourth or fifth or sixth arrow.
And that's probably not, with a little bit lower rev rates out there overall. We probably didn't expect to see too big of a jump there, but especially with that much volume, as we talked about, 31 mils out there and 43 feet is going to do that. But looking ahead, I'm going to guess the men's field will have the same pattern. So I can imagine with the rev rate though that they might beat that part of the lane up just a little bit more.
Yeah, I would think so, and I would think that you will see them get further left. But boy, I'll tell you, I can't imagine anybody lofting it. I think if you see anybody lofting it, that's just crazy. There's plenty of volume to where they should be able to, keep the ball down low and lay it down on the lane and still have plenty of fallback, even with the rev rates and 5 traditional games. So anybody who's lofting it's doing it for show, or they're doing it because they have no clue they're lost. But the way that this pattern has held up over these 5 games, I would assume that they could actually get pretty nice for the men and pretty high scoring.
And we'll definitely be excited to see that kind of play out. Essentially, 5:30 p.m. Eastern, the start time for the men's 5-game block. But yeah, they've had the opportunity to kind of potentially sit back and watch and game plan. They can't be in the center and watch like typically they have been in the past. But I'm sure that information going back and forth for the teams that have both men's and women's teams in the field, saying, okay, this is what we saw. This is how we're going to accommodate and how we're going to put some strikes together here on this 43-foot condition.
Yeah, and you can see just by the pair that we're watching in front of us right now, it's just very straight angles. Even the players that have a little bit of rev rate aren't giving the pocket away too much, and it creates some carry issues as well. A lot of 8-10s and flat 10s and the dreaded 4-5 Aaron Smiths out there because of the ball. It's tough with the volume and the length to get the ball into a roll without giving the pocket away. When you get the ball into that roll phase, typically you need a little bit of room on the back end, for the ball to hook, and there really isn't a lot to give away. So it's very tricky. But I imagine the men with their rev rates will be able to find a little bit of shim and still get the ball to hit, and the carry is great here. So you could see some pretty high scores, I think, with the men.
When you talk about great carry here, we recently saw an 899 here not too long ago. Brent Bauer's doing so. Obviously, probably not on a 43-foot condition with 31 mils, but a big shout out to Brent. I know he's part of the tournament staff there this week, the general manager over at North Rock. So it's always great to work with him. It's great to see him have that success on the lanes as well, and just a big shout out to North Rock Lanes in general for all the hard work they do and all the great events they host for the bowling community.
Absolutely, and helped me with the setup, and it was about as smooth as can be, and they do a fantastic job here with maintaining the facility. Every time you come back there, it looks different because they're always doing some different things with the designs here. Although the brick settee on the back is the distinctive feature. It's awesome to see that one thing hasn't changed, in 30 years. So it's cool that they have, a lot of tradition, but also they keep the place, spit spot.
Absolutely. Yeah. The brick, definitely a calling card of North Rock Lanes, especially always like the little walk-in area over by AJ's on the high end as well. So it's always always been fun to see at events. Folks just sitting up on there, enjoying the action of the great bowling. So
Yeah, I always make the mistake of walking behind the wall and then thinking I could access the bathroom from there, and then I get stuck and then I have to walk all the way back around. But usually after I do it about twice, I remember for the rest of the week.
That is the key. Don't make the same mistakes twice. So that's what we're all about on Bowl TV.
Exactly.
All right, JT. Unless you got something else, we can let you get back to it. I know it's we're wrapping things up here, kind of getting toward the end of the day.
Yeah, that's it for now. But just I just thought it was an interesting, to kind of put a bow on how we thought the lanes would break down over the course of the day, and man, Wichita State they came to play today.
It's pretty crazy to think that, for some of these programs, this is their first time competing in a collegiate bowling atmosphere in nearly a year since sectionals or prior to the start of sectionals. So I know the anticipation was something a lot of these young student athletes were looking forward to. I'm sure the coaches and the fans as well. College bowling has been a big part of what we've been doing here on Bowl TV the past couple of years, and it's fantastic to have it back. And we're just starting up.
Yep, it's nice to be back.
All right, JT, we'll let you get back to it. Get that order into AJ's.
Yeah,
for that mid-round break.
Yeah, will do.
All right, folks. Jason Thomas once again joining us here from North Rock Lanes. We appreciate the insight, the look at the oil pattern once again. Not revealed to the competitors until after the conclusion of the event. So no lane graph. We don't have one either. So it's not like we have a secret and we're hiding it over here. It is not available. The only information we do have, the pattern length and the pattern volume. So 43 feet, 31 mils. And we've gotten to see it through 5 games. Hold up pretty well. So once again, as JT talked about, we kind of defined a gutter area. Essentially, you didn't want to be right of. So we've seen the adjustments made for that. And we're hopefully going to see some strikes down the stretch here. Once again, on lanes 23 and 24, Barton County CC and Newman bringing us home as we wrap things up here from the women's squad. But as mentioned, we're excited to see the men hit the lanes as well. 5:30 p.m. Eastern, 4:30 local time, which is going to have probably a little under a 2-hour window there where we won't be live, but they'll be frantically getting ready, re-oiling, checking in, and preparing for the squad. So we look forward to that. But that's kind of the rundown here, folks. We got the standings rolling underneath the screen here. You can see that in the blue, the top 15 in the varsity standings and the top 10 individual scores so far through 4 games. And then, we'll have an update available on our social media channels as well after we finish up the block. The Sport of Bowling USBC at USBC on Twitter, at US Bowling Congress on Instagram. So be on the lookout for those. But for right now, we're going to go back to full screen and enjoy the action here from the final game of the women's Day 1 5-game traditional block here from the Mid-States Championships. All right, folks, we're back at it here. Mid-States Championships, game 5 of 5 for women's qualifying here in day number 1 of the 2-day event wrapping up tomorrow. 5 traditional games today, 16 Baker games tomorrow to determine our champions in the men's and women's division. You're watching the final game of the women's traditional block, so 5 traditional games just about in the books for our female competitors. The men will be on the lanes starting at 5:30 p.m. Eastern today, 4:30 local time at North Rock Lanes in Wichita, Kansas. So that is kind of the Bowl TV schedule looking ahead for the rest of the day. Tomorrow, starting a little bit earlier, 8:45 a.m. Eastern, 7:45 local time for the women's Baker block. 16 games once again to determine our tournament champion. Based on total pinfall for the 5 traditional and 16 Baker games. The men are scheduled to hit the lanes at 1:45 p.m. for their block to wrap things up, 16 games for them. And then it's all in the books. Our champions at the 2021 Mid-States Championships will be determined. So as we kind of know, that's the end game for this week. A lot of great collegiate bowling action going on around the country. So as we go back to full screen, we did get some updates from across the United States for some other collegiate events going on. Big shout out to Gary Brown, the managing director of IBC Youth, sending some great stats along the way. So we're going to head over to Lancaster, Ohio to get some results from the Muskie Mash, a one-day event taking place today. So taking a quick look at those standings. Now, the format for today looked like 3 traditional games and 10 Baker games. And on the women's side, Northwestern Ohio claiming the top spot, finishing with a 43.90 total for those games. More than 100 pins ahead of Tiffin University, who finished second at 42.66. Muskingum finished third at that event, 39.44. So Northwestern Ohio, Tiffin, and Muskingum, the top 3 teams at the Muskie Mash on the women's side. Taking a look at the men's division, Robert Morris, Pennsylvania, claiming the top spot. Once again, 3 traditional games, 10 Baker, 49.65. So they kind of ran away from the rest of the field, finishing second. Northwestern Ohio, 46.52, and Rio Grande finishing third at 45.48. So your top 3 there. Robert Morris, Pennsylvania, collecting the win. Let's see if we can get some individual results from those events as well. We'll start on the men's side. Let's see. Looks like Jonathan Clear of Robert Morris, PA, 6:48 to lead the way for those 3 traditional games. Reese Collins from Rio Grande, 6:40 in second. Devin Richardson from Northwestern Ohio, third, 631. And then a pair of players from Robert Morris, PA, rounded out the top 5 with 620 and 619. Michael Barvinchek and Alex Smith rounding out the top 5 there. So Jonathan Clear, Reese Collins, Devin Richardson, Michael Barvinchek, and Alex Smith, your top 5 in the men's division at the Muskie Mash. Looking at the women's standings, 613, Lauren Sanchez from Northwestern Ohio leading the way. Games 199, 202, and 212. The only player to average over 200 for 3 games on the women's side. Emily Kiss from Walsh University, 574 in second. Courtney Brooks and Mackenzie Kraft, also from Northwestern Ohio, third and fourth. So for Northwestern Ohio, 3 of the top 4 spots, 568 and 546 for Courtney and Mackenzie. And then Alicia Yacono from Walsh gets the last spot in the top 5, 541 from the Muskie Mash. So you'll probably see more events like that throughout the course of this particular season in ways of hoping to get teams more opportunities to get events in order to be set for the postseason, which will start in essentially early April. The last regular season event, I believe, is on March 28th, so sectional assignments will be following very shortly after that. But recap of the Muskie Mash. Available here only on BullTV.com and at the Muskie Mash in Lancaster, Ohio. So if we get more updates like that throughout the course of the week, we'll be sure to run down those standings. So but you'll see that over the course. And if you follow the Collegiate Ticker, which is available every Wednesday on Bull.com and then shared on the Sport of Bowling USBC social media channels, you can also find it in the Cyber Report on on Fridays. Essentially, a lot of one-day events this particular season definitely help pick up the pace. So for a lot of teams, they will get 2 tournaments in a week, but essentially it'll be back-to-back tournaments, just like we had with some of them last week. Looking at the Bronco Bash and the Bronco Open in Hastings, Nebraska. Essentially, most of the same teams competing, but 2 separate events. So a great way to get some events in a shortened season. Once again, due to the pandemic, the 2020-2021 season did not get started on the USBC collegiate side until January. So essentially, we're putting 5 months worth of tournaments into 3 in attempting to get teams enough events for postseason play. So the sectionals will be coming up in April, and then the ITC and ISC following shortly thereafter in early May. So a lot to look forward to for the bowling collegiate fans out there. So, we mentioned earlier, if you're watching right now, you have some type of subscription or event pass. If you got an event pass, we definitely thank you for that. So we'll have those throughout the course of the rest of our collegiate events, available for weekend events just like this. But if you're looking long-term at collegiate bowling, definitely give a monthly recurring subscription or an annual recurring subscription on Bowl TV a look. Monthly $9.95 per month to check out. If you want an annual, $79.95. So we're still pretty early in the year. So if you just want to look at what's available, here in 2021, an annual subscription would get you not only the rest of the collegiate season, but the PWBA Tour as well. The Kickoff Classic Series wrapped up just a couple weeks ago here in Arlington, Texas. But the rest of the PWBA Tour season, including the Queens and the U.S. Women's Open, all here on BullTV.com as that 5-pin falls out of there for Barton County CC. Nice 8th frame for them, 4 out of 5 strikes. But in addition to collegiate and PWBA, we have youth bowling, junior gold championships, of course, coming up in July. We have some excitement along with the senior events, top tier senior events, Super Senior Classic and Senior Masters coming up. That's in early July. Of course, PWBA with a revamped schedule, kind of going year round now. But we also have the Bowlers Journal Team Championship Series, so kind of a throwback to the World Team Challenge. Will be part of the schedule coming up a little bit later in 2021. So a lot of great options to check out over the course of Bowl TV's 2021 schedule. We kind of advertised it earlier in the year as more than 90 events and 1,600 hours of coverage. So still an opportunity to get most of those throughout the course of the year. So be sure to visit bowl.com/bowltv for more information. You can subscribe here if you're looking for a monthly or annual. You can click on Join Bowl TV at the bottom of the page for more information. Once this tournament wraps up, you'll see those options once again for a monthly or annual recurring subscription. And another great aspect of those particular subscriptions is the chance to pick up essentially archived events. So that's one of the things with the event passes that's not available. The archived events. So it's essentially a live watching pass. We have other content as well. The lab, the vault, backstage, all on-demand video content to check out throughout the course of your time here on bowltv.com, along with the archived events from all of our coverage in 2019, the few events we had in 2020, and moving forward in 2021. So those are some of the perks of a monthly or annual subscription that we hope you check out. If you're already at that point, then you already know about all the great things that Bowl TV has to offer. So we definitely appreciate the support and look forward to more of it here in 2021. All right, good people. We are wrapping up Game 5 here of the women's block for Day 1 here at the 2021 Mid-States Championships. Barton County CC putting together a nice finish here to wrap up their qualifying block. Newman looking for some late strikes as well as they're into the 10th frame. We're going to bring in Jason Thomas once again to as we kind of gear up to gear down here and wrap up our first round of coverage here on Bowl TV. But men's competition coming up next, and we're going to head over to 19 and 20 as well. Take a look at Wichita State, who's kind of been the predominant team so far here at the Mid-States.
Yeah, they're putting on a show. Madison Janik, possible 257 here to finish it up, and that could boost her into the lead in the individual. She was right there with a chance this last game, and the way that the lanes have set up, I'm really excited to watch the men because I really feel somebody could put a big whooping on the pins this afternoon. I think our buddy RP3, who we had on earlier with the virtual gravity,
the milkman now.
Yeah, the milkman. he could put a big score up on this, especially with that ball. I mean, it's kind of it's still a strong cover, but you know, I think I could see him just kind of playing fallback, doing the old Dave Wadka, Kurt Pelon, keep it in front of him and just hit on it, and put up some big numbers during the men's squad, assuming the pattern is the same, which I think we all feel like it will be. But it could be fun to watch if you like old school fallback. It should be pretty interesting and exciting coming up here after the ladies are finished.
Absolutely, and yeah, you're going back in the time machine there a little bit. Dave Waka, Kirk Pelon. I like watching those guys bowl. So that's it's going back to that kind of late '90s PWB or I'm so used to saying PWBA, PBA time. With Dave and Kurt.
Those guys on the fallback, man, you didn't want any part of them on the fallback. They could just keep the ball in front of them and just hit it as hard as they wanted and dial back the speed, and they could get the ball to hit from with this pile of oil in the middle part of the lane, and even more on the outside part of the lane that you just wanted no part of. So I feel like we could see a little bit of an old school fallback. And, I don't know how much these kids know about that. Like, how often do they get to bowl? Like, I know RP3, he's kind of old school, right? He's a throwback. He just loves playing all the different angles, and he's got all these tricks up his sleeve, and he's going to be fun to watch. But I'm curious to see how some of these like ultra high power players do on this pattern. Like, are they going to try to go left to right with it? Are they going to overplay their hand? Are they going to mess the lanes up for the players that actually know what they're trying to do? And so I'm looking forward to watching how it unfolds this afternoon.
Two players come to mind automatically when you talk about folks who are going to be fun to watch and to kind of see how they attack this pattern as we wrap up. And I will keep everyone waiting, as I say, 9:39 for Barton County CC and 8:74 for Newman as they wrap up. And we go back to lanes 19 and 20. So, but two players to look out for. We're going to stay with Wichita State. Brandon Biondo brings a whole lot of firepower to that squad. And he's the veteran of that team now. He's the first team All-American last year, and he's going to be coming in strong with another strong team for Wichita State. And then on the left side of the lane, JT, let's show some love for the lefties, as Cameron Crowe, the 2020 U.S. Amateur Champion, is going to be out there for St. Ambrose. So I'm excited to see kind of what he has in store. He was on a tear after winning the U.S. Amateur title in 2020. St. Ambrose looked like the team to beat at the ITC heading into the postseason before, unfortunately, everything got canceled. So I'm excited to see St. Ambrose, excited to see Cameron Crowe on the lanes once again, and Brandon Biondo as well, a player who has as you said, has a whole bunch of power, strength, can open the lanes up, but we'll see how they attack this pattern as well.
Yeah, that's the fun part about this kind of pattern. Obviously we don't know exactly what it is, but it definitely feels like the old shark pattern that the PBA used to put out. They still do put that pattern out, but it's been modified quite a bit. But it feels like kind of old school shark pattern, or the Badger pattern that they put out in the summer series a few years back that Kurt Pelon whacked. When he wasn't supposed to. Kurt Pelon was supposed to be old and washed up, and he comes out on that pattern and makes a run at another title. So obviously he's still a great player with the OC success he's had recently. But yeah, it's fun to watch. And the interesting thing about those patterns, though, is sometimes they're not very friendly to the lefties. And so Cameron, I'm really curious to see how he attacks it. My guess is that Nick made the pattern asymmetrical to give the lefties a little bit of a chance so they could stay a little bit further to the left, but not be able to play the gutter. So I'm curious to see how Cameron and some of the other good lefties attack the pattern this afternoon.
I would think, you never know, once again, without being able to see the graph, but I'd be curious to to maybe see some ball selections from Cameron throughout practice and maybe into that first game, to kind of see how he's trying to navigate as well. I think he's actually going to be on from the schedule you sent over a little bit earlier today. I think he's going to be on 23 and 24 right here. So so we'll get to see that in the early going. And
I would imagine he'd do well early, but what's going to be interesting is how he plays the lanes late when everybody starts to migrate, because what's going to happen is the track hooks here, right? So after these guys are going to blow the track up a lot quicker than the women did and then jump left. So is that going to affect where Cameron has to play later in the block? So that'll be interesting, something to watch, but it'll be fun to get to see where he gets to start. And my guess is he'll put a pretty good game up right out of the gate.
All right, there we have it. Yeah, I'm excited to see St. Ambrose. I'm not going to lie. As much as we're not supposed to, fanboy over over teams and individuals as the broadcaster, I was really impressed with that team last year. So I'm excited to see, kind of how they look this season. And this will be a great way to kick that off with our coverage coming up a little bit later today, as we watch the final few shots here from Oklahoma Christian and our tournament leader, Wichita State. Yeah,
Wichita State, the ladies, they've put on a great show here this morning, and they're going to have a big lead going into the Baker starting tomorrow.
They were the runner-up in the bracket last year at this event. Kansas Wesleyan making the run to claim its first Tier 1 title. Last year, that was at a different center, though. We were in multiple centers for the Mid-States last year, but all in North Rock today. That's why we have 2 squads of action, and we're excited to have that coming up next here on BullTV.com. JT, you got some final scores there. It looks like Madison did get to that 257 for Wichita State.
Yeah, that's going to give her a chance to contend for the overall individual lead. We'll get the scores updated as soon as we can after we're done, and then we'll get ready for the men's squad. There's a fairly quick turnaround, but we'll get some cameras turned back on and get ready for our next set this afternoon to watch the men.
Absolutely. We're looking forward to it. Oklahoma Christian, nice finish that they're putting up right here. Their anchor bowler is, that looks like potentially 260?
Correct. Possible 269.
Oh, 269. All right. There we go. But no love there on that 10 pin. But nice finish by them. They had some struggles in game number 4 to fall back a little bit. But it was pretty close from 3 to 6 in the standings. So a big game like that to finish things up today will certainly help them. But JT, as you mentioned, it's time for us to start focusing on getting ready for the next block. So we will make our website updates, camera updates, social media updates as well. So be sure to look for a listing of the final standings from day 1 for the women available on the Sport of Bowling USBC, at USBC on Twitter, at US Bowling Congress on Instagram, and we'll get ready. But yeah, that was a fun and furious 6-hour run.
It was, and we got another 6 coming up right behind it. So get your. You don't have an AJ's there at the campus, unfortunately, but I'm sure there's some good food that you'll be able to find and refuel yourself for the next 6 hours.
I learned about it earlier. It's important to fuel your body during these long days. So I'll be ready for that. But JT, we'll let you have some lunch, get some AJs, and prepare for later on. So thank you again for all the hard work you're doing over there in Wichita.
Yep, thank you.
All right, folks, that was Jason Thomas. Excellent performance as always. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up. I think maybe one lane still might be going on. We hear some pinfall, but we're going to go ahead and close up the main channel. Once again, it's going to be 5:30 p.m. Eastern time for this next block. So looking at my watch, that means we got a little more than 90 minutes. So we're going to go ahead and do our preparation to get ready for that block. Hopefully have a few guests to join along the way as well. So folks, thank you again for being part of the Mid-States Championships here on BullTV.com. If you're watching now, you can watch all weekend long throughout the course until we crown our champions in the men's and the women's division. So with that, we hope to see you in just a couple hours. Once again, about 90 minutes from now, 5:30 p.m. Eastern, the men will have their 5 traditional games get going, and we'll get to see how they attack this pattern. 43 feet, 31 mils. We mentioned some of the excitement we'll tell you the teams that are going to be starting off as well. Let me take a quick look at that here on my cellular device. So that's what we're doing here. All right. Teams starting on the men's side. On 15 and 16, we will have Central Missouri and Wichita State. 19 and 20, Baker and Iowa Western CC. On 23 and 24, St. Ambrose and Kansas. 27 and 28, Kansas Wesleyan and Midland. And then on 31 and 32, Dallas Baptist and Peru State. So those will be the teams kicking off the action a little bit later today. But, folks, we're going to go ahead and wrap things up here. We're going to go back to the full screen here in the Bowl TV studio. Just like that. And we look forward to seeing you in a little bit. The Mid-States Championships, another great collegiate event. Big shout out to our hosts, North Rock Lanes in Wichita, Kansas. Frank and Kathy DeSocio, Brent Bowers, the whole crew. They do a fantastic job over there. Our tournament hosts for the collegiate side, Wichita State, Newman University, Holly Harris, Billy Murphy. Big thanks to them for their continued support as well and all the great things they do for the sport of bowling. But for Jason Thomas, Matt Russo, Lauren Pate, Dasha Kovalova, Stephanie Johnson, and Richard Paul III, my name's Aaron Smith. Thank you again for joining us here on Bowl TV for another collegiate showcase. And once again, 5:30 p.m. Eastern, we'll be back. 5 games, traditional style. So we got about 6 more hours left today of bowling coverage for you to check out. So we look forward to that later tonight. But folks, we're going to go ahead and sign off from the Mid-States Championships for right now. Once again, check social media for an update of standings once we get all those in the books. But folks, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back here. And remember, on Bowl TV, bowling lives here. We'll see you soon.